one and all in one and everything in between to another Lost Ones here on Low Initiative. Um, I guess I don't need to skip you since you're here. Go ahead, Amiki, take it away.
Cool. So we left off wondering if our favorite person in the entire campaign so far is still alive.
Doc, he's may or may not be alive.
Not Doc, no, not Doc. Damon. Um, After a rest, as we were told to do, the party split into a 3-1 scale, staying at the wagon because she's got dodgy leg and can actually reset the wagon, and Auntie, Kestrel, and A Star going off to find Damon.
Next.
In our tracking of Damon, we followed the boar's tracks for a bit, and about an hour in, we heard something, and we found Damon dragging the giant mama boar's corpse for a bit. He seemed, based on his wounds, to be blind and deafened, but we managed to heal him, and after he collapsed, we brought him back to the carriage.
Ah,
Bringing him back to the carriage, A Star healed his blindness, but she couldn't heal his deafness during that day. So they got back to the carriage. They took him to the Temple of Damon, and while they were all sitting there watching Damon, A Star and Kestrel heard a voice in the mansion, and A Star and Kestrel and everyone else went to go investigate said voice, only to find a weird person in the mansion when the ghost said that there was no one that wasn't on the guest list.
right.
So now we're panicking around trying to figure out who's on the guest list while the kid woke up and is now helping us in our search. We've kind of figured out that the name the person was giving to talk about his brother or whatever was an anagram for Tavis. So we kind of have a sneaking idea that whatever's going on is just another prank by Tavis. Also, there's a book and Scales is talking to him through writing it. And we don't know what's on the other side.
Okay. And after the party decided to basically shelve the book for now, um, it was given back to Kestrel, and then the big decision was made like, hey, we should probably get the fuck out of here. So the party got ready for that, with A Star sitting in the back of the wagon, so she could be at the door ready in case anything happened. And Auntie and Scales are in the house with the door shut, just kind of in the foyer on standby, just waiting in case shit happens. And instead of pulling the wagon this time, since Auntie had blessed the kid with enhanced ability bull strength, he was basically able to just kind of shoulder the wagon and just start running with it. So as he's running and A Star's trying to hold back the need to go wee, and Kestrel's basically going ahead, scouting, making sure that they're on the track. That's where we're going to continue. So A Star, um, you're pretty much occupied at the moment, trying to just hold on. Um, Kestrel, go ahead and I can't remember. Let me just double check if we did it. Go ahead and roll me a survival check.
Shall I do? 20.
Okay.
Oh, no, not
Um,
20.
yeah, it's no problem to find your tracks. You guys are already, started on the path, so you just continue to follow it. And this goes on for roughly like 55 minutes until, you know, kid's like, whew, I think it's starting to wear off. And
Can
he
you
like,
put it down?
yeah, and A Star, like, you've been basically 50 minutes going like, boom, 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 in the back of this wagon, and you feel it stop, slow down, and you see the wagon drop back to the ground. And the kid just kind of pokes his head in. And he's like, "Are you okay in here?"
Um, yeah, I'm fine. Are you okay?
Yeah, a little tired, but made some good time.
Here, I'll get out the carriage.
Well, first thing, Kestrel, A-Star.
Yeah.
So, what's the plan here?
I imagine it's the same plan as before, where we're starting to head south. Since we're now at the beast's range or whatever. Oh, it being done anyway, we should just try to head south towards the town.
I mean, I did just kind of run like almost 3 miles.
Mm-hmm.
So, hopefully that should put us some distance in whatever that was. But
Yeah.
the point is right now we're going back to the Grove
Mm-hmm.
with these tracks, and I'm wondering if that's a bright idea because we're going to be spending days to get there just to not know where we are.
Well, actually, I gotta ask this out of character, Damon, because Kestrel found his way from the Grove to the town of Belmont before.
And you guys had discussed that there was a high probability that because of the mist and all the other weirdness that there's
Mhm.
probably a really good chance that the location may have not have been exactly where you thought it was.
That's a fair point, but So I have to guess I can't track my way back to that town.
I mean, just again, like from when you guys were like looking around in the situation, because I believe you guys discussed this, like
Mm-hmm.
some of the tracks and stuff that were previously there weren't.
Mm-hmm.
There was quite a few clues to kind of lead to where something magical was affecting that region as
Mhm.
far as travel and navigation.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, as a gentle reminder, just because it was like basically like a week or so ago, there was the big issue where like a Kestrel took like 30 minutes to get to a place, and the party took hours to get to a place.
Yeah. I
And
remember
even backtracking, those times also didn't line up right. So there's obviously something going on.
hang on 1 second, because I
Hey,
remember.
Flower, pull your mic a little bit away from your mouth.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Because if I remember where the map that Scales was able to sketch was before, right?
Which is a rough,
Yeah.
rough sketch. Like it's hard to call it a map.
Mhm.
And there's not really like exact distances on it.
Yeah. Southward. Sorry. Southwestward was Citadel of Laura, where the
Eastward.
wizard were.
Eastward.
Sorry, eastward. Sorry, my bad. Eastward was where the Citadel of Lara was. Lara, sorry. And that's where the wizard we're trying to contact Eladon was.
Okay. So you think we should just start heading south, southwest, or east? You fucked me up, man.
Sorry, my bad. We could go southeast.
Because there was that when I remember the map that I got shown at the market. There
Mhm.
was the road that went south from Bedlam, and it was a pretty long road. So
Mhm.
there should be a good chance that, given its size, it'd be hard to miss.
Yeah.
Unless we're already east of it, and then we're kind of screwed.
Mhm.
Because from what I heard, that whole kingdom is surrounded in a giant wall.
Mhm. Hmm.
I mean,
Based,
you're the leader.
yeah. Based on the fact that we can't properly go to Bedlam, at least without any assurances, and that would like kind of leave us in the wilderness, as so to speak. I think we should try to head southeast.
Okay, so probably, do you want a direct southeast or more southeast, or east southeast or south southeast?
East southeast, I think, because if we haven't reached the Grove, then I would imagine we're not close to Bedlam then.
So more east than south?
At least for now.
I'm just a little worried. Like, what if because we only went like mildly southwest to get here. I'm just wondering, like, if we cut straight east, like, what if we pass Bedlam and the road,
Mm-hmm.
and then I mean, depending on how many days we travel, since we don't
Maybe I
know.
miss it entirely. Yeah. Okay, let's just go southeast then. Direct southeast. At the very least, worst case, if we are, because you said this place has like large walls, right?
I mean, that's what was his name? The dwarven man. He said that.
Okay. Well, then, if we go directly southeast, even if we do miss the main road, we may be able to see the Citadel Aldera.
I mean,
Yeah, just of course then.
he just kind of shrugged his shoulders. Okay. Do you guys want to give an update? One of you guys want to give an
Yeah.
update to them? I'm gonna stretch real quick. And he
Go
just
ahead.
kind of goes against the wagon and kind of starts stretching a bit.
Kester will go into the carriage.
Okay. After about an hour, guys, Auntie and Scales, you see Kestrel coming.
Hey, are we there
Hey,
yet?
we're close to the grove, but we're figuring that given that we may not be able to find our way back to the town of Bedlam, maybe we should just try to go southeast towards Citadel of Laura or Lara.
I will be honest to you, Kestrel. You do know that to the Grove, you still got a few days of travel, like straight going there. You guys have only been traveling for a day, and I think it was like 4 days to get there.
Oh, so I thought it was closer than that.
No. You guys are just at the start of the leg of the journey.
Okay.
Hmm.
Well, if we have a couple of days, I
Mhm.
can just every morning
Mhm.
give enhance Damon's ability, and we could take a rest after that, and I could give him another enhancement. That should speed up the journey some.
Some, yeah.
There's also another thing. If we're going straight to the city of Laura, given that we don't know what the place is like,
hmm
what are you gonna do about me?
See, that's the thing, because I remember what Knight Robert told me about how they view people. At the time, Kurgan would have been very no to the city. And I'm sorry to say, Scales, you are also no to the city.
I mean, you don't have to apologize.
I may
She just
myself
does a
actually,
big circle, like big smile.
I myself actually may be a no to the city because even when I looked more Goliaths, Albrecht said I was a maybe at best.
Plus, you did kind of change, and from
And
hearing about your culture,
Mhm.
even if you are mistaken for a drow, you're not mistaken for a low life drow.
but that's my point. They're not really.
I think what he's saying is that he'll probably be better off if he was a low life drow. Female
so-
drows are
not-
much more terrifying in comparison to. God, my dog's gone crazy. Much more in comparison to male drows. No offense, Kestrel, it's just truth.
Yeah, I know.
That said, though, Easter is also pretty darker skinned.
Yeah, but
If
she's an Asima. She's not drow.
I
Yeah.
know, but what I was about to say is if
It's completely different.
If Kestrel bundles up a bit more, doesn't show as much skin, it could easily be mistaken as, well, if you have a hood up, of course it's going to look darker, and if Acer's there, they just probably assume you're both elven. Maybe even sisters? And she does like kind of the shaky hand.
Auntie, I'm
No.
gonna give this to you, especially because you're the artist of the group.
Mhm.
Maybe if there's a lot of hoods and stuff like that, if you guys have hoods. But there is a clear difference between A Star and Kestrel. His is
Yeah.
definitely gray and dark. Hers is definitely more of a standard flesh tone.
Mhm.
And from the few drow that you've seen, yeah, there would be a clear difference for anyone who
Yeah.
knows.
There's,
Mhm.
That's
by
fair.
comparisons, there's black and then there's brown in comparisons.
Yeah.
Kestrel is
Yeah.
black.
Yeah.
Ashy.
Yeah.
Again,
Oh,
I'm not saying that a hood and stuff might not fix, but
I mean,
Yeah,
Kester
side
does
by
have a hood,
side.
but they tell, yeah.
Just a little bit above content speak. Today has there been 8 hours since the last Shield Day took down?
Shield Day takedown. What?
The drawing.
The
Oh.
drawing of the shield. Would that pop by now?
Oh
probably.
no, this
Mhm.
is the third day. Like
Gotcha.
you guys have only been going like honestly at this point because it was like
We had
it
to wait
is,
for the
it
kid
is
as well.
yeah, it is still like right now
Mhm.
like Kestrel, your best guess is maybe somewhere around midday, getting into afternoon time.
Okay.
Like
We still got some
early,
time to
early
go.
afternoon.
Yeah. We still got some time in the day. Probably early afternoon.
Mhm.
Anyway,
And Auntie, you would know by your magic, technically, because you did it early in the day when you did it, you basically have until next morning.
Okay.
Now, as I understood, Scales, you said you had magic to disguise how you look.
I do, but it doesn't last, forever. It lasts at the most an hour.
Mm-hmm.
So,
And
I've only got 2 castings of it, and that if I stay concentrated.
hang on
So,
1 second, because I think we should bring the others into this. Guess we'll poke out. Hey, A-Star, David, you mind coming out for a second?
Okay,
Or
well,
come inside
pause
for
on that for a second. Just, A-Star, was there anything?
She did want to talk to Damon about something.
Let's be your chance.
Maybe later. Because honestly, he's currently stretching right now, so he's probably like, yeah,
Mhm.
ugh. And by the time he would have gotten to that, Kestrel probably would have been like, "Hey guys,
Sounds cool.
okay, so yeah, what?
So we gotta discuss our plan overall. I feel now, because there are certain limitations with what I understand from Albert told me about the Citadel of Lara. Or Lara.
I was gonna keep calling it Del Lara at this
I
point.
know, yeah, it's. Anyway, sorry. Cause basically
Lara, it's Lara, Lara,
Yeah.
Lara, Lara. Like it's not that difficult.
I
No,
know,
no,
but
it's
we
my
know
bad.
Out
Laura.
of all my weird name shit.
Anyway, because based on what Albert told me, Scales will not be welcome, and potentially I will not be welcome.
now, here's
That
the
sense.
thing though, in reference to Kestrel. We know for a fact that I definitely won't be welcome, but because you're a maybe, bearing in mind you're around otherwise two human looking people, and an Azimar, or at the very least a half elf or an elf,
Mhm.
I think that's gonna cover you. Not many
Yes.
drows go alone with humans, let alone other elves. The elves hate
That's very
each other.
possible.
Yeah,
But
as long as you show the company you're in, it
Mhm.
should even out.
But here's my kind
Also,
of question.
I think everyone's forgetting a giant point.
Yeah.
And he gestures to the house you guys are sitting in.
Yeah, that's actually what I was about to bring up. Because with this option, there's no need for us to full on stay in the city. We could just park on the outskirts and then pop in when need be.
we need to
I
go
mean-
into the city. I need to go into the city.
I know
I
what I'm
mean-
saying.
I am not going
I
into the
mean-
city staying as, I need to go into the city at the very least to have someone look at my leg and fix it, or to do
Mhm.
research. I'm sorry, I'm not staying in this wagon.
I'm
I
not saying-
agree, but I think easiest option have Aster, Damien, and myself go in. We look the most relatively normal
Mhm.
and check it out. See if we can find a cleric or someone who could fix you. Then we
Mhm.
come back. You cast your ultra self, and we book it there.
No,
Yeah,
because
exactly.
if
That's
they,
what I was thinking.
Also,
or
to
I
be
can just
fair,
turn into a
Auntie-
snake.
Also, to
That's
be
it.
fair, Auntie,
Mhm.
he kind of points at a nearby mirror. You don't hopefully look human anymore, Auntie.
This is a fair point. As I just kind of try to stuff my hair in the beanie, clearly not going to work.
The black sclera, all of it, like your pearlescent eyes, like all of it is no longer human.
Mhm.
Maybe Damon and I could go in.
I mean,
You two look the most human. You could just say you had eye tattoos or something.
well, I mean,
Or, you know,
worst
Or we
case
could be
scenario,
more honest.
me and Astar pull wagon in, we look around, we gather a little bit of information, and then we can figure out what then.
And Scales, you could always just be a snake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could just be, maybe Astar's like a noble with exotic pets or something. Who knows?
You could wrap yourself around my waist. No one would see you then.
I
I
don't.
mean, I think we
And
know what
actually,
much of a thing.
actually, her wrapping around your waist would be super noticeable. She's not a tiny snake.
Yeah.
She has an intelligence of 7.
I know.
Understand this.
So
And
A-Star does
theoretically-
bring up the point. Bearing in mind that I look like a literal golden snake, it would make sense for an Asima to have a bit of nobility about him.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, we also don't know how they would treat Asimar.
If anything, if they're anything like my people, I would treat them with the highest respect.
Or try to kill her on sight. Depends if they hate the god or not.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, like, we don't know much about anything of this place.
If they're okay with me, then they might be okay with you, Auntie.
And vice
True.
versa, they'll be
You
okay
do
with
look a
Kestrel.
little bit like a unicorn in the hair. We could just say you're part unicorn or something.
Or, maybe blessed by a unicorn.
This girl's just gonna face palm. It's like, oh dear god.
Maybe not go into that much detail.
Yeah, I think that bit with the book the other day really lets us know. I don't think we should be talking much and telling much about us. And the other thing is, we need to get a serious story straight. Like when we go into town, like what do we tell people? Like I get the whole Godwin thing, but like, did you remember how confusing it was for people and how some of them gave us looks in Bedlam when we were telling them
Yeah.
about us?
Yeah.
I know you like the idea of family, Auntie. I know you love it. But we are not family. We look nothing alike.
Mm.
I mean,
don't
a
know.
clan or something that's different. But
I did bring up the idea of clan to Auntie.
I just like
before.
Justice League. What? Why does no one like Justice League anymore? It's
I
a cool name.
like Justice League. I'm just saying, like, you know, superhero identity. Like, what are we in town?
Secret identity.
What's
What's
our
our-
like?
Kurt
You know,
Kent.
Yeah, basically.
To people, the best lies are based on reality and what's true.
So how about we're the group of adventurers known as the Justice League, seeking out the wizard Eladon's help for as part of our quest.
I mean, do we say that?
I mean, you'd be surprised how many conversations it gets you through.
No, I'm saying about Eladon and stuff. Like, we've already been told by Albrecht he has enemies.
That is
Okay.
fair, yeah.
So a
Maybe,
great wizard.
Very weird.
But
maybe
you can also
just
say
say
we're
that-
looking for work.
yeah,
True.
atypical looking for work. Bunch of mercenaries. Yeah, it's normal.
Entertainers. We're
No,
like a
Or-
circus group.
no,
I mean, I'm not against that idea. I could bring a drum.
no.
Or we could just say we're polyamorous. Most people get very uncomfortable about that and they don't want to ask more questions.
She has a point.
No.
But let's be honest, I won't be able to get through that lie.
Yeah.
Then you just don't say anything. You can just stay beside me.
Or you make it not to lie.
I'm just gonna say flat out no.
I think the Justice League adventurers looking for work. That's probably the simplest thing we can get through,
Yeah,
right?
and it's not a lie, so Damon won't, struggle with it.
I still like Godwin Clan now. You kind of won me
I'm
over
still
with
voting
Clan.
on Godwin Circus. Because, I mean, think about it. We got the dancer, we got the artist.
Exotic Amazar.
What was that?
The exotic A-Star.
I mean, she could be,
The benefactor.
I mean, we can find something. We probably got plenty of days of travel. I could be like
Yeah.
a strong man.
Question, Damon, what's Scales' version of circus, if she knows of a circus?
Festivals.
Okay, festivals. Yeah,
Yeah,
Scales
so
is
we
just gonna
talked
shake
about
her head.
Umberto,
Nope,
right?
no circus.
But think about it. You could be the fire and poison, or the fire breather.
No.
The way you said that kind of makes me think you're thinking about it.
Just, no, I don't want to be part of any festivals.
Oh, well, I mean, we don't necessarily have to be a festival, but it's just, I don't know, I'm just worried that saying we're adventurers might draw a lot of attention too.
Traveling
also
art
true.
salesman.
No, because again, we're not here for
Because we're not
circus and we're not here for fun. We need money and we need work.
True.
Saying that
but
we're adventurers gives us the money in order for us to do our shtick.
to be fair, do you know that?
I mean, it makes sense. Do work, get paid.
I mean, sure, but adventurers? What if it's outlawed? What if they have like an army that takes care of stuff? You know, what if it's outlawed?
I mean, that'd be pretty stupid.
I mean, we don't know what rules we're dealing with.
Mhm.
We can't bring up religion because we don't know what they follow. I mean, I think if we're gonna come up with a cover, what was that?
Contact about Sarah.
I think we need more once. I think what we need is a way to get in there,
Mhm.
figure stuff out, and then we can test the waters.
How about
I
Agreed.
got it.
how about this?
I got. Okay.
We just happen to be people that was traveling along the same road. We have no connection to each other. We
I
are
feel that
going.
brings up a lot of questions.
It would,
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
Mm.
We're either adventurers or we're not. We're part of this stupid circus
I mean,
thing.
how hard is it just to say we're the clan Godwin looking for work?
That
And
brings
what
up
kind
a
of work?
question as well. Yeah.
I mean, that would be
Well-
my first question. Like, what do you guys do? What do you want
And
for
then
work?
in response to that, we have you, which is an all-around jack of the trade. You have me, who can do artistic works. We have a cleric who can do healing. We have, well, Kestrel. You dance real good. I'm sure a tavern would love to have you.
Cool. And what's my job?
Actually-
Torturing people, the prisoners? Yeah. No.
You have.
I
tons
mean,
of
to be
magic.
fair,
I could fake yours, gals.
Hmm?
I'm not just good at healing. I know a lot about herbalism. It was kind of one of my jobs back home.
Oh my gosh, I got it.
What?
Well, we have the one cart that has like the illusion of supplies and stuff, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, we do.
We pick up some real supplies and stuff on the way, like just, like random stuff. Like, I don't know, like we'll just grab like flowers, mushrooms, or whatever that we can find on the way there. Throw it in the back of the stuff, maybe along with, like, I don't
What
know,
the boar
anything else.
skins?
Yeah, and like we could just say like, she's a traveling herbalist and trader, and where are the cards?
That's pretty simple to do, yeah. And heck, we can even explain your injury then, Scales, because you got injured defending the carriage.
Well, again, we also got to think of like who's going to be the front of this and who's going to be, because you guys do raise valid points that some of us look really weird.
True.
I'm just going to point out, I don't think anyone's going to buy me as a guard.
I mean, you got the
So
armor.
We could say you're my lover.
I imagine Auntie was drinking something.
Think about it. We have a ranger. I can just be. Oh, I'm gonna hate saying this. Your animal companion, and follow your instruction.
is that a thing?
Yeah.
Certain rangers do have companions, yeah.
Yeah, my people used to like travel with like giant snakes and such fins, like when roaming the jungles.
I think that's the other thing is like we keep trying to throw like layers of stuff that may not be universal.
Mm,
Trade is something universal.
yeah.
Auntie's still reeling from the comment from Aster.
I think trade's the way to go. Maybe just for the immediacy until we gauge the temperament of the crowd, just the three, Damon, A-Star, and Auntie be up front.
I agree with that. And also the cover that Acer proposed isn't too far-fetched.
I think that
mean,
might be just
to be
be doing
fair-
a hat on a hat kind of deal. You don't have to over-explain, just say we're traders, that's all.
And also, again, like, I know certain people are accepting of certain stuff, but are they going to be? Again, I have no idea what their laws are.
Yeah.
I'm going to be real honest. This whole thing is a bit foreign to me. I'm used to just kicking a door in and say, I'm here, I am who I am, deal with it, or kick me out. I've been kicked out a few times.
Okay,
Yeah, that's
well,
not
I don't
right.
think we want to get kicked out or persecuted.
Honestly,
think
because it pisses people off and that's fun.
Auntie,
And
again,
Auntie, no
you're gonna
offense.
need
This
tact.
is also Auntie. You're great at a lot of stuff. I do have worries of having Auntie out there and able to freely talk. No offense, Auntie. I trust you in a lot of matters, but we saw what happened in Bedlam.
That's true.
Do you think I could get a spy if I use my message of peace?
I think they wouldn't recognize that as a charm. So let's try again. Try to keep it simple.
They might, but they also might just recognize it as,
I would
If
say
she
if we're
is-
going in there as a normal thing, don't show your powers straight away.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's probably smart.
Wait until they become hostile, and then do the whole peace talk.
Because I mean,
Alright.
no offense, guys. Think about this. We're already at a disadvantage. This cart will be arriving to their gate or whatever, and I will be pulling it. They're already going to be having some eyebrows raised.
Mhm.
I mean, easy answer there. Our horses died.
I know, but still, that's I have a feeling that's not a common occurrence.
You
Damon,
know-
DM. Sorry, I gotta ask real quick.
Okay.
Because we did have a barbarian in our party before. Is Damon large enough to be, for lack of a better word, almost considered a barbarian?
Okay. Another thing I got to remind you guys: classes don't necessarily exist to common knowledge of the world.
Yeah.
Like something like Kestrel, not a lot of people would look at you and be like, "Oh yeah, he's a ranger." It's just okay, he's a bowman. Like, oh, he's this. Like it's the very upfront visual stuff. Like
So barbarian isn't a
the word exists, but do you just go around and like, oh, look at these strong shirtless men? They must all be barbarians. It does no, it doesn't
When
play
you
on.
refer
It's
to a
like-
barbarian in a setting like this, you're going to be thinking of orc
A
tribe
wild,
or in the wild
orc
tribe.
or something like that. Like that's
Like-
gonna be the mental image of that.
Scales
Fair.
would be considered a mage, but not necessarily a sorceress or wizard or
Yeah.
warlock.
Okay.
Like only
Just in
people who
magic.
really understand the nuances of magic would be like, oh, wizard, sorcerer, stuff like that. But common knowledge is not necessarily like in depth to class.
And even then, when they say bard, it'd be like, hey, you play music and have a good time.
I mean, again, the phrase bard exists, and
Yeah.
not all of them are magical.
Yeah.
So yeah, there's nuance to it.
Yeah, I mean, if you say a bard in this setting, they're going to be like, oh, you mean the minstrel in the bar? And it might just be just that, a minstrel in a bar with no magic.
Anyway, yeah, Damon and Ace are probably our best frontmen. Maybe just try to like as you're pulling the carriage in, like at the last leg, Damon, appear straining yourself. You know what I mean?
I was actually going to suggest maybe Acer or Kestrel helping it. So at least gives the facade of, actual people having to work together instead of just one lone person able to do it.
Again, I may have to stay back as well, considering.
Well, if we do go the one route,
Mhm.
we might be able to bank the fact that A-Star hired you.
Yeah. I don't think you need to hide Kestrel. Not
And
when
if
you
you
have
want
these.
to-
Don't get me wrong, maybe hood up and stuff just in case, but
Yeah, I can
Yeah.
do it up. Yeah.
But you don't need to hide, stay in the back. If anything, hiding and staying in the back is going to make you look more suspicious. A drow out in the open with non-drow people, that people would get the assumption of, hey, this person may not necessarily be as bad, or at least
I mean,
as
maybe
suspicious.
you might get shot on sight. We honestly have no idea.
Yeah.
They already think drow are shady as is, so, slinking back and hiding, good luck.
Well, to be fair, if the people aren't in the out and about, they're going to be in the house.
Yeah.
So there would be no slinking back. It's either all or nothing. Because I have a feeling if we go through like a gate or security or anything, they're at least going to look around the cart. And if
Yeah.
they find you guys all huddled up, you guys are going to be seen anyways.
That's true.
I mean, why not just have it
I'm on
two
about
people
more.
forming part and we're in there?
Yeah, I'm more on about out in the street. But I'm sorry, but as previously mentioned, I'm not staying in this car forever. And I highly doubt
Yeah.
Kestrel is going to stay in this car
We're
forever.
not saying that. We're saying like
I know, but what I'm
Let-
saying is that Kestrel needs to kind of get over himself about sneaking in the back. Go forward and
Well,
show yourself.
I think you also need to understand that that could lead to all of our deaths. We've
Yeah.
been given warnings by multiple people. People of Bedlam, Night Albrecht. Don't get me wrong, Auntie, Scales, I know you guys have taught me especially like to be proud of yourself and be okay with stuff, but I don't want any of you guys to get hurt.
Yeah, that's
I'm
my
just saying
primary concern,
hide-
not my own.
A
self.
drow hiding is much more suspicious.
Again, it wouldn't be hiding, it would be inside the house.
As someone
I'm all
who's
about in the streets.
Well, we'll figure that out once we have more information.
Yeah.
Plus, also Golden Snake, you're kind of covered.
I'm not covered. I'm probably gonna get stolen in the city.
This is probably true, but
Acer, are you
I
saying something?
pity anyone who steals you.
Okay, Hester. Just, girls, as someone whose whole life is about peace and peace treaties and
Hold on
making
real quick second. Auntie, you're echoing hardcore.
Yeah.
nations come together, we tend to just advise before the meetings to hide the stuff that might cause conflict in the beginning and wait till they've opened up before you throw the hot stuff at them.
Speaking
It's
on,
not truthful, it's not
Yeah.
level-headed, but if you come out full guns blazing, peace is harder to obtain.
let me teach you something about my people.
Yes.
We use the emotions as a weapon. If we show any sign of weakness, any sign of fear, they will use that against you. If you were
Okay,
out there in the front
Joe,
showing,
we're not in
and
your home.
let me talk, because we're not in Aster's home either. If we show confidence and we show that we're out there, if they shoot us first, we have the excuse to attack them back. If they don't
Yeah,
shoot,
there's
if they
more of
don't,
us
if-
than us. And they swarm us, and we're killed.
we won't be killed.
Yeah.
You said so yourself. I'm
My
just.
life was sheltered, but it wasn't that. I arranged treaties between different nations all the time. I may just have been a sheltered girl in a commune of a god, of a minor god.
Oh, speak
But-
for yourself. I was sheltered as well. Snake form. Goes back in the wagon.
I mean, you
Lower
guys are already
dragon.
in the wagon.
She
Yeah.
slithers further into the wagon then.
She slowly moves across the foyer.
She's got
And
speed of
she's just
15
gonna-
at the moment, so you know.
Kid is just gonna walk over, pick her up, sigh, like let you coil around his shoulders, and then he's gonna switch over to a mental conversation with all of you guys
Mm-hmm.
because she's not running away from this. Okay, no, I get everyone's opinions and stuff like that, but again, if our goal is to make peace and you want to study and we want more information, I'm not saying this is the forever plan. I'm just
Mhm.
saying we should probably have something for getting in the front door.
Yeah.
Once we get in the front door, like from what I've heard, the kingdom is vast and there's a lot of empty space inside of the walls. We have plenty of opportunity to ask questions and learn more.
Yeah.
It's just getting through the front door that's my main concern because
Agreed.
Okay, what if we go through the front door and find the information and they freaking hate you, Auntie? What if no one is going to fix my legacy, Auntie? Am I gonna have to stay as a snake forever? That's what
No.
I
Maybe.
want to know.
no
Then I'll
we
learn.
can deal with it.
Mm-hmm.
You've taken me in. You've done all these things for me. You think I won't learn? You think I won't figure out where my god is or figure out some kind of god so that I can heal your leg? After everything you've all done for me, you think I would just not try?
Also, again, if you're a snake, there's a possibility I was talking to a druid instead.
Oh, we already
al-
know that doesn't work.
And also, like, okay, you guys all do this a lot, and I think it's my job. I think it's one thing I can do in this group. Sometimes you guys spiral on the what ifs, okay? Let's know what we do know. There's a gate and a wall we have to get through. Let's get through it.
Yeah.
Once we figure out the information, we can go from there. Sitting here saying what ifs anything past that is a shot in the dark.
I still think we're overthinking it and should just wing it, honestly.
That's a-
But
No, not wing it, but we shouldn't.
That's the
not
type of
overthink
thinking
it.
that gets you killed.
this is true. This is
Can
why
I
was
get
gonna
down
pick
now,
up.
Damon, please?
If you are
Uh,
come on,
just
be
trying
a
to
part of
figure-
this conversation.
I don't want to.
Just scales.
Gumble, gumble.
You know, Scales, we did have that idea of a traveling tavern, didn't we?
You think I was being serious?
I mean,
No.
Also, that kind of goes back to the attention thing again.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am not turning this place into a tavern.
You know, I also really don't want any of us to be dissected.
Agreed. I still think the traveling merchants and Asar and Damon, frontline people, at least so we learn more, is the way to go. And I know people have reservations. So, oh, I should just go in there. But no offense to A-Star, but literally the first time she looked at me as a drow and thought I was going to kill her.
I'm sorry about that, Castro.
No. Again, it's totally fine. It's just that's my point. There's a certain,
And I know you're not like
stigma
that
with
now, but it was true.
yeah,
And maybe it was just my experience because, war and everything, but
No, why don't we
mean-
just hope that the city of Ra was full of drow and you're fine?
And
She's trying to wiggle down like.
are you? I mean, he's just gonna grab hold on to you.
Yeah, I
Are
imagine
you
she
gonna
can't.
try to-
I
I mean,
imagine
you can
she
try
can't.
if you want.
You try, but I imagine she
Okay.
can't.
Go ahead and give a strength, or dex, or athletics or acrobatics at disadvantage because of your leg.
I like to imagine it's just
Uh,
a snake
I'll do
slithering away,
acrobatics.
readjust it, snake slither away, readjust it.
9.
19.
Oh no,
yeah,
it was a
you're
9,
safe.
16.
He still has genetic focus going on.
Yeah.
So, yep. Yeah, you wiggle, but he just kind of readjusts every few moments.
Mhm.
And again, you all said that we're gonna try to get work. Maybe once we find someone who can give us a job, then maybe once we successfully do it, we could be like, here goes everyone else, and then that could be our in and acceptance. I just feel like we're going in there at a huge disadvantage. I think we should approach it cautiously, because again, Night Albrecht, all of Bedlam, like that's a lot of people telling us to be careful.
yeah.
I like your plan, Damon.
Thank you. But again, like that's my plan. Kestra, what do you think?
Agreed.
Okay, so head southeast then.
Just for your reference, based on our recollection, we're a couple days away from the grove still. But I do think southeast is probably the way to go.
I mean, I have no clue what the grove is, so.
It was like a midway
It's-
point between the town that was up towards the northern edge of that map.
I have no clue where we are. Your directions make no sense to me. I'm just going with the flow.
Honestly, that happens a lot with us.
So we're agreed. We'll try to make our way to town, and then we'll do the whole merchant thing with A-Star and Damon leading it, at least so we learn more.
Also, speaking of merchant, I still have a couple of nice paintings I did, don't
But
I?
again, let's not add to it.
It's the hat on the
Okay.
hat thing that Kestra
Yeah.
said. That's a
Oh
very
no, I know, but I mean that's product to sell to justify the merchant thing.
Again, we already got. Let's not hat on hat.
I think the goal is to appear as mundane as possible.
Yeah.
And don't get me wrong, Auntie, your art is fantastic. Like, so that may raise some, flags.
Also, with a
It's
wagon
not
full
mundane
of
enough.
a
That's
wagon full of mushrooms and flowers and herbs, it'll be
And some
weird
sword
for
stuff.
a farmer's wagon to randomly have a painting.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
said though,
It's weird, Auntie.
hey, sorry, you said you were decent with herbalism, right?
Yes.
I could probably help with that if we could bring some of the plants into the house. I have a little thing that helps them grow.
Oh.
Well, I mean, are you going to be able to do that in, like, a few days' time?
No, but I can make it a little better than whatever we find.
I just
Well, I
figured
mean, go ahead.
I just figured I'd walk beside you, Damon, as you're pulling the cart, and I'd just look for different herbs and mushrooms and flowers that I find.
Yeah, what I
that's
was
probably
thinking
the
is
way
like
to do
Kestrel and A-Star just kind of team up and kind of do circles. As I'm, Kestrel can guide me in the general direction. I will
Mhm.
start moving that way, and then those two can, like go around and forage.
Yeah.
Hey, Sar, do you mind if I join you on that foraging? I would like to learn a bit of that.
Sure. Just knowing don't know where the hell we are, so I don't know what plants are familiar around these spots. So it might be a little difficult for me, but
And though that also brings up another point, Auntie. I don't think your painting idea is hopefully bad. Maybe it would be a good idea to have a few more prepared, because that could be trade commodity once we get in there. And if we do find information and connections, it would be nice to have some money. You
Yeah,
guys keep telling me how important that stuff is.
it
So
is.
now you want to wear the extra hat, as I
No, we're
just.
just saying.
No, no, no,
we
no, no,
display
no.
it.
Not like in the gate, like later, like so
Yeah.
it's ready.
Mhm.
That's what I was talking about from the beginning.
Oh,
so
sorry, I was
maybe
confused on that.
so maybe if I'm not wholly wrong, and correct me, I'm not the smartest out there in the bunch, but today Kestrel and I walk beside Damon and Forge as we're going, and he's pulling, and until you can start working on the paintings, and once Kestrel and I kind of get an idea of what's out there, then maybe I can help you tomorrow, Auntie.
I mean, seems like we have a bit of time when we can.
Several days, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, none of this has to be in any specific order.
Yeah.
But we are in the deep forest, so foraging might be a good idea to get done first. Because
True.
from the map I saw, the woods do clear after a certain point.
Mhm. Okay.
I guess I can draw. Grumble, grumble.
I mean, Scales, after the 24 hours of the house, getting a nice little greenhouse for the mansion might be worth it.
I don't even know. Do I even know what a greenhouse is?
I get where you're getting, Auntie. And
No, I'm asking the DM. Do I know what a
I-
greenhouse is?
yeah, you know what a greenhouse is. It's just it's literally a house to protect plants from certain things. And in the jungle, it would be honestly, certain things might be kept in a place like that.
Okay.
Um,
I mean, I don't think it's that bad of an idea.
I get it, but between the skills that you have in the greenhouse and the magic of the house,
Anything,
that's
anything produced in the house won't be able to take out of the
There's
house.
one thing I do got to bring up in regards to the house.
Hmm.
Given that, because out of character DM, how long has the initial boars been taken apart?
a day now ish.
Okay. The next time we reform the house, we may need a very, very large fridge or fridge room, because those boars are going to spoil soon, or at least the parts of them, skin and whatnot, which we hope to pass off as selling, and no one's going to believe we're going to be selling a bunch of rancid skin.
So what if we just had a big
uh,
room just for meat?
Was that not included in the original kitchen?
That stuff is already taken care of, which I was gonna say, but I was just
Yeah.
yeah. As far as you guys know, the servants have taken care of it. It's stored, it's stuff like that. They just couldn't cure it or turn
Okay.
it into leather.
But it's preserved, right?
to the best of their ability.
Okay, never mind then. Mix that.
So
Um,
slap
I'm
some
a thing.
salt and put it in the fridge.
But give me a moment, because you guys are continuing the conversation. I'm still trying to contemplate the big point of the greenhouse.
Mhm.
I'm gonna have to say, given what Scales has told you about this house and your understanding of your own abilities with druidcraft and stuff like that, you don't think that in the time frame that you guys have, there's not much you could do with that.
No, I'm thinking just for like having it now and not being done by then, but just be like, all right, we're just gonna put some plants here and get the roots in.
Sure,
So we
but
go to the next
you're
place?
also now long-term infusing magic into stuff, and then it would probably be at the point where, if it's in there, that's it.
You're saying that'd be a part of the house?
It would be a part of the house, and as part of the house of the magic, there's limits on what types of stuff it can produce. Like a lot of the herbalism that would be useful would be for potion making or ailment healing and stuff like that, and a lot of that is no longer considered mundane items.
True.
So, could you have like a room dedicated to like a greenhouse and appear and act like a greenhouse? Sure. It's just I don't want you to think that, like with the magic and stuff of how Scales has said it and everything else like that, you kind of get the sense that that might not work that way.
So, just to put into my reference, taking mushroom, growing it into more mushrooms. The more mushrooms that will grow as soon as you take it out, that's a part of the house.
It would basically fade away.
Yeah.
And if it's
Okay.
a mushroom in coordinates with like like any type of advanced stuff, like let's be honest here, when it comes to certain drugs and stuff that you guys are enjoying in the house, I'm really bending the rules on that.
Oh yeah.
Mhm.
So, doing this is pushing way past that. Because the whole concept of even Mordecai's mansion is what is produced inside stays inside, unless
Yeah.
you bring the stuff in there and manufacture it. Like physical stuff, like you take iron in there and you work on it. You
Yeah.
create something, you bring it out.
The
You're not
clothes.
using the house for that.
Yeah.
The growing is actually taking a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And again, you guys have seen that this house doesn't kick everything out when it's done. But you also don't know if there's an upper limit to that.
That's true.
How much storage is in the house innately?
Yes.
Mhm.
Because that's also outside of Mordecai's mansion. Because Mordecai's mansion, once it shuts down, everything gets kicked out.
Oh,
Yeah,
it's just imagine we slap the wagon. This baby can hold so many boars.
Yeah, it's like by comparison, those 3 balls that we put in has probably come out about 5 or 6 times. I don't know how many.
No, they haven't come out at all.
I know they haven't come out of Tour, but I'm all about by normal Mordecai.
Oh, of
balls.
Mordecai's mansion?
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have popped out once by now.
Yeah.
Okay, so now that's all decided. Back into the conversation.
Mhm.
Sorry, good idea, Auntie. It's just,
Limits.
When you're talking about growing plants, you're taking water from the house, soil from the house. I get it.
yeah. And accelerated growing and all that stuff is magical means that you guys don't have access to yet. Okay.
I can get a plant started. That's my good point.
So forage, point me in direction,
Mhm.
and maybe get some paintings done. I know you guys don't have a lot of paper left, but it might be a good use for it.
Yeah.
Just make sure to use paint in the markers and pens that you guys already have.
Scales, you want to help me with the painting?
I think your style and my style is completely different styles.
True, but it gives us more cell.
Also, and I know this is gonna sound weird, but maybe make some that aren't as good as you guys can draw.
Make it look more common.
As
A
I
little
look
bit.
into my left hand, well, I want to try being ambidextrous, I guess.
Like maybe have have a few good ones, but we probably shouldn't come out with like this amazing art piece. Like it's like, okay, who are you and where did you get this from?
Oh, trust me, if I make an amazing art piece, I'm not gonna sell it.
Okay, so yeah. Okay, well, I'm gonna go grab a real quick snack because that was a good run.
Wait, before you make a quick snack, can you at least take me to my bedroom? As I'm still a snake.
He runs you up there real quick.
Thank you. And she
And
Literally,
unships into her bed.
he kind of sets you in bed, kind of tucks you in, and like, okay, you got your water, you rest.
Damon
yes.
girl?
Yeah.
No,
What
it's
is
okay.
this?
No,
Gus?
it's okay.
No. Don't let it fester. Aren't you the one who was always telling me to speak up? I can't have my head priestess be a hypocrite now. Even though, let's be honest, most people in this group are.
Most
what is it?
religions are.
I don't know.
No, what's just use your words. What's bugging you? I can sense some insecurity with what you're trying to say, which is very unlikely. So I have a feeling this has a topic to deal with, something you're not used to discussing.
Emotions or something.
I'm glad you're okay.
Well, I mean, I can't leave you guys too yet. I mean, I got a god to punch, don't I? I mean, he kind of just smiles at you.
I was just thinking about stuff down the road, but I'll get to it when we get to it. It's fine.
Okay. Just know I'm always here for you.
Yeah.
And he kind of like reaches over and kind of ruffles your hair a little bit, as like almost like a weird reversal because you used to always do it to him.
Yeah.
And he just kind of smiles and looks at the servants. Take care of her. And you hear his stomach grumbling as he's walking out, like, ooh. He's like, ooh.
Yeah. Scales will get some like maple bacon and she'll just start drawing. If she knows of any, say, jungle scenery, jungle animals, and such things, she'll start drawing those.
Are you trying to do high end or medium end?
Medium end.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a performance check.
Rich thing with my painter supplies.
Oh yeah. You're
Yeah.
so Dex and Painter Supply.
Mhm.
I get confused on you and Auntie.
Yeah. 5.
Okay.
Oh shit! I'll do it again. Unless I can have a 19.
You think it looks pretty good. But your head is, still kind of muddled right now. So you think it looks good,
Cool. I end up drawing like a chibi panther or something.
Yeah. Like it's you're going like, I'm gonna draw this realistic like scene, and it kind of comes out very cartoonish and
Yeah.
kind of not everything is good reference side, but you feel like it's great.
Yeah.
You take
Okay.
an art class and they tell you anime is an art style.
Yeah.
Okay. So kid is gonna grab some quick food.
Yeah, rest of us should probably grab some food too, Kestrel points out. Just a quick snack just before we get going again.
While the kid's grabbing some food, A-Star is going to stop him.
Yeah.
Damon,
Yes.
you said something to me when...
I will be clear though, because Auntie, are you going to grab food too?
I mean, I'll stay with the bulk of the group.
Okay. Because there's this weird thing where he's basically now back in the foyer where you guys were, and you stopped him. So just know that I think Auntie and Kesra are still there.
Yeah.
You said something to me earlier,
Yeah.
Damon. When you first talked in my mind earlier, when I unblinded you,
Yeah.
you told me that you heard me.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it was the adrenaline or something, but, I remember, like, when I was pulling the boar, like, it was after many hours of pulling the boar, and I was, like, really getting tired, and I heard you.
What did you hear me say?
Oh, wait, never mind. That was prior to. Never mind, retract that. Yeah, I was still getting chased by it, and I heard you.
What did you hear me say, Damon?
I didn't hopefully hear everything, because I'll be honest, my heart was kind of beating in my head. I was kind of running for my life, but at first I felt like a sense of mourning almost, and concern, followed by kind of calling out to me, and I didn't recognize the voice at first, but over like a couple of it, like it got stronger. And again, it's hard to describe, but it's sometimes like when you guys show me images and stuff, it's more akin to that. Like it's more concept than words. And it was,
Damon,
yeah.
follow me real quick. Auntie Kestrel, I need to speak with Damon.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll be in the dining room. Kestrel kind of guides onto the dining room.
Okay, where do you guys get?
And myself. Yeah, come on.
Damon,
Yeah.
when you left, we all prayed in our own different ways. Kestrel did a little dance, and Gals, I don't know what Gals did, and I taught Auntie how to pray like I would to Sarah. And I prayed. And they saw me pray. and they went inside. And I prayed to Sarai. And Damon, I felt nothing when I prayed to Sarai.
I know. You said that you've lost the connection to her, and
Damon, I felt nothing. And I was so desperate to not see you die, I prayed again. I prayed
To who?
I prayed to Io, Damon.
His eyes go a little wide, and hearing that, like, whoa. Um.
Damon,
Okay.
I felt nothing when I prayed to Sarai. But I felt like I felt a little something when I prayed to Io. And you just told me that you had me when you were blinded and deafened.
And he's like really like he's listening and like really contemplating all this. So, what does that even mean?
It means a lot of things. Some things that have made me see some things. Damon, I'm starting to come to the terms that Sarai is dead. And of course I thought that Io, some parts of, might be, said touch his chest where his heart would. You. I think they were right, Damon. You. When Io died and pieces were shattered, I think they found a piece and put it in you.
Well, I think that's what everyone else figured.
Damon. When you told me that you heard me, it felt nice.
And like a very soft smile like comes across his face. There's a little bit of blushingness.
It felt
Hmm.
nice to be carried by a god. Again. I don't know if you're a god or. I want to hope you are. Or at least someday could be.
And I want to be there for you. I don't think I could ever replace what you had with Sarai, but I mean, it was nice for me as well. Like for a while there, I couldn't feel or sense Auntie, and so I understand what you mean, especially after having them be so close to me over the last, like, well, since they turned.
And as
Hearing you did help.
you were sleeping, I was thinking about things. I seem to have caused some confusion in you, Damon.
That happens a lot.
I told you two different things. I've told you that I don't want you to die, but then I realized I also told you that love is being willing to die for someone. Damon, I don't want someone willing to die for me. I want something much more.
You want someone to live for you.
Yes. I want someone willing to live for me. To fight through the pain, the hurt. To find another solution. And live for me.
And I already made you a promise. I plan to do that.
And I'm gonna hold you to that. And I want you to help me get stronger.
Okay? I mean, yeah, of course, anything I can do.
Because if you're gonna live for me, the most I can do is make sure someone has your back out there when you're fighting.
Yeah, it is really great that you guys all have a lot of healing, because, whew,
You shouldn't be the only one on the front line. And as someone who spent my entire life, or a third of my life actually, on the front line, I can help.
It would be nice, because I will be honest, sometimes being up front is a little scary, especially when it's really like a big monster. Like, um,
I'm gonna grab his hand. Maybe it won't be so scary, and I won't have to be so scared for you if we're up there together, fighting together.
and for the first time, because you've grabbed his hand a few times, he actually kind of grabs yours back. It's, I think that would help a lot. You wouldn't have to worry, and eh, and it would be nice to have someone there. Like, don't get me wrong, I always have Auntie and Scales like noodling around as he kind of like adjusts his head, but in that last fight, you were physically there, and not to discount those two. It's different, and it was nice.
Hmm. Well, we have a long journey ahead of us, it seems. And if you want to stay in my head and talk to me as I'm foraging, we can talk. You can get
And
to know me. I
he
can
kind
get to know you.
he looks up at you and smiles. He's like, I would like that.
Alright, Auntie and Kestrel probably wondering.
Yeah. And I'm also really hungry. Like, I don't know if you like that wagon. It's still really heavy. Um. But yeah, we should probably get some food and head back to the others. And
Damon,
yeah,
as soon as I wake up in the morning, I need you to make sure that you find me.
okay.
I want to make sure that you can hear my voice again.
Okay.
Okay, let's get you some food now.
Okay. And to be fair, I don't really sleep, so nighttime or morning, as long as I'm in the house and relatively close, just I'll be there.
Alright.
And he kind of starts walking towards the dining room. You two who've been kind of sitting and munching. Anything?
Not yet.
Okay.
Sitting
So,
and munching.
was that?
Sitting and munching.
Okay. Any particular foods? You still got a lot of boar left. Like, there's a good chunk of this is still boar.
Oh, I'm definitely gonna be munching on that boar. Gonna be
Yeah.
eating that mom's babies right in front of her.
Well,
Well, not in front of her, but yeah.
But after like a couple minutes, about the length of that conversation, plus like a minute or so, you see A Star and Kid kind of come in.
Kester waves them both.
Hey, ooh,
Mhm.
pork chops, and he just kind of goes over to a pile of pork chops and just starts like putting them on a plate.
So, guys, I kind of brought up this before, but this was back when we were in the cave and everyone was tired. But given the whole, thing of like, what we went through again and Damon miraculously being alive, I think it does call for it eventually. I do kind of propose, like, at least maybe tomorrow once Damon's ears is fully healed and maybe just take a bit of the morning to just kind of relax a bit. You could take a solid hour or two just to relax. Like, cause I did propose the spa a bit earlier, but again, events interfered.
I think once we're out of predator territory, we should be fine to have our spa day.
Did you want to just hold off? Because if, again, we're still ifing a lot of stuff, but
We are.
course do end at a certain point going south.
So
Until
maybe once we're in the clearing.
maybe. I mean, at least
Oh,
then we
yeah.
could have line of sight on stuff.
Yeah.
Maybe even a better idea of where we are.
Yeah. I can agree with that. A-Star, what do you think?
I think it sounds good.
Because I think we all just need a mental
Health
break
day.
thing. Yeah, definitely, yeah.
A me day. Us day. But just
day,
us
yeah.
day.
Yeah,
Who's the
there we go.
court?
Yeah, there you go.
And the kid kind of pauses for a moment and Scales. Hey Scales, could you pop in for a moment?
I'm trying to draw. with
I
my
muted
left hand.
myself. It's like, do I have to?
Do you have to what?
Do I have to pop in?
I mean, just like mentally use me and use the little illusion thingy.
Fine.
I really don't want to, but and he kind of sighs. He's like, I'll be back, guys. And he kind of just
Okay.
grabs his plate and heads out.
Mhm.
You guys want to do kitchen
Anything-
crew or bedroom crew?
I'll let Scales and her go first.
I can see that.
Scales.
Hmm?
It goes silent for a moment, and then the kid enters in your room.
Well, has to knock and then I open the door because the common door's locked to everyone. In fact,
Sure.
no, I said no to Damon. Damon's got free enter. Yeah.
He enters, like I
Yeah.
said.
Yeah.
He just
And
kind
she's just trying to draw.
Scales.
Uh-uh.
What's going on?
I'm trying to rest. I'm trying to draw this painting.
I know, but we just, you're refusing to talk to people. Then you want to talk to me about something, but then you don't. Like, something's clearly up. I'm more used to the confident you and, burn my enemies, rah, I eat people. What's going on? And he kind of like sits down on your bed, like making sure not to crush your leg. Kind of just sits there with the plate of pork chops.
Oh, bless you, Bella.
Yeah, it is a bit stuffy in here.
Yeah. So I've had a lot of maple bacon. There's some over there if you wanna.
I gotta get through these pork chops. But yeah, I might have some on the way out. What's going on?
I don't know.
Can I take a guess?
I mean, go for it.
Okay. Because you've always had confidence in you and everything like that, and I feel like the only thing that could possibly upset you is, people disrupting that. So, what happened, or what did someone say to make you question, or whatever? Am I right?
I'm just, used to being listened to, used to, getting things my own way, and, that stuff. And it feels like I'm being told no.
No to what?
Like, what I want doesn't matter, as the wall likes to put it.
I mean, I thought we were saying fuck off to the wall. I thought that was literally our chant as we were walking away from it.
I mainly said that for those two.
But what it said is you're still taking it to heart. And he kind of sighs, sets his pork chops down after taking like a big gulp of one. The Scales.
Like, don't. It's like, I come up with an idea, and it's like, no, bad, rah. That book thing, got that book. I thought about it, like, after coming down. Damn it, it reminded me of, ugh, father. Makes me want to throw up.
Okay, so what is it? You want the book?
I'm also thinking, like, what if it comes to the time we have to go to my people's place, they're not gonna sit back and let me do it. Or let what's going on go freely.
Wait, what do you mean? Back up. They're not gonna let what?
Think about it. You're going to a place where, you know, torture, pain, blood, violence, all that stuff is going on willy-nilly. They're gonna be seen as lesser, so they're gonna be constantly mocked, injured, ripped apart. And I'm gonna have to sit there and agree to it. They're not gonna let that happen.
No offense, Scales, but we have no idea what your people are like. I know Albrecht said that they're, not
Trust me, I
great.
know what my people are like. They can't change.
Okay, then,
And those are
Who's
they're
to
all going to die if they go to my people's place.
but who's to say that?
Trust me, they're not gonna change.
No, I'm not talking about change. I'm just saying, like, who says that we're gonna be at such a disadvantage when we get there that we need to worry?
I'm just saying, what if it comes to the point where we need to do something dark or evil and them not gonna back down because they're all too nice? Or like too concerned type of thing. I'm gonna have to be the one because I'm the only one with the guts in order to do it. But
Okay,
no.
so what's your complaint?
My complaint is that I will get reprimanded for it.
Scales, you're talking about a lot of what ifs right now. You're worrying about things that don't exist. And no offense, you're probably not even the only one. I guarantee you Kestrel has plenty of stories of how he probably tortured and did all sorts of messed up stuff. And yeah, obviously, like if we get into town and someone says that, scary auntie, don't like rip them apart and torture them, or if they're good people, don't do it, and obviously all that stuff. But you know, from what you guys have shown me and told me, like there are some evil people out there. And no offense, but if they're not willing to be honest or anything like that, and being nice doesn't work, I think we will all agree that the group would probably look to those of their pasts to know how to handle it. I think that's the big issue here. Is you keep seeing the side of the stuff that you're not used to and being told no. But on the same flip side of that coin, like if we go to places that you might be more comfortable with or places that were like where you come from, I mean, you're probably going to be the one in the know-how. You're probably going to have to tell us to shut up and move aside. You do know that, right?
Let's just say I don't think they'll stand by.
I mean, if it's a matter of your guys' safety or protection, Scales, I may not want to do it myself, but I'm not going to stop you from doing what's right for us. The Godwins, the Justice League, all that stuff. I know there's darkness out there, and I'm not an idiot. Sometimes you have to face it with that. I mean, think of all the superheroes and vigilantes that did it. I'm not an idiot. I understand that. And, just because I am not comfortable with that or don't want to do it doesn't mean that I'm going to prevent you from doing that to someone who probably, maybe by all rights, deserves it. Again, don't go into the farmer's market or something and just, cut someone's head off because they're trying to sell you an apple for twice as much. But, like, I don't know, like, say we do get into Yanti Village and stuff like that and we come up with some idea of how to get in and deal with them. I hate to say it, us sitting there and, like you said, trying to be cordial and nice and good probably may not work from what you've told us. So that means you're going to have to take the lead on that, and we're going to have to follow you. And don't get me wrong,
Let's
probably
just
not
say I don't
as
want.
good stuff.
I don't want them to say no if I have to tell them to cut their own finger off for their own safety.
Well, there's.
It's gonna come
Let,
down to that.
let's just hope that certain people in the group can master greater healing magic by then. Again, I don't think we're going to be doing this like next week.
I don't know what we're gonna be doing next week. 1 minute we're 1 minute we're in town, next minute we're in a grove saving the world from beasts, next thing we're running away from a boar.
Okay, so I think you're worrying about stuff that we don't have a timeline on, and we don't know if it's going to happen. Scales, you're a pretty awesome person, and yeah, some of the stuff you do gets really scary and dark, but that's it's a part of you, and I'm not going to judge you for that. You were raised that way, and from what you say, your people are that way. I mean, I'm not going to get mad at a rock for being gray just because I don't like gray. Like, that just seems honestly judgmental and kind of stupid. I mean, yeah, I ask that you don't do some of the stuff you used to do, especially to good people, but I mean, I think that's something we can agree upon and work towards, right?
I'm just finding these tendencies keep coming back. Like, I really want that book. I know it's probably ill-advised and it's bad and everyone's concerned, but damn it, I want that
If
book.
you really want that book, I will go get that book for you. But just know that, just like any decision, you're going to have to live with the consequences and the obvious, talking to Auntie and Kestrel will give you. And you could potentially, again, we know nothing about it, so you could potentially put us all at risk.
No, you said to give Kestrel a book, so I did
But
just that.
You're also someone I care about, so if it's eating you up that much, yeah, I'll go get the book for you.
No. And I'm trying to get, I don't know what you would call it, self-control or whatever you want to call it these days.
And don't think I haven't noticed. Like, I know you've been struggling with a lot of stuff, especially since your memories came back, but we're here for you. And it's not like we're telling you no just out of spite. It's out of care. And I don't want you to ever feel restricted either, like if it's something you feel strongly about. But like some of the stuff you admit, after the fact that, like, yeah, we're probably right.
Can I just, eat one person? I haven't eaten a single person in ages.
Okay, servants, like, prepare a whole Yanti feast. Just, and he kind of looked back to her. Just don't expect me to stay and watch.
I mean, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, again, like, yeah, understanding. Like, yeah, we got this. Just, it was
I
just,
will have it in my own bedroom.
yeah, or make sure it's prepared in a way that we're not like looking at it and go like, oh, that looks like a toe, because that was, I was eating and you like, ooh, I don't want to picture that. Just
Trust me, the fingers are delicious, especially the thumbs.
Okay.
You have them on like these little sticks. You dip them into the blood and it's like,
I will take your
it's
word
just...
for it.
I'm just saying you may want to try just at least once.
To be fair, like, Acer's been talking to me about that. I may be a part of Ion. I remember you guys told me like dragons eat people. Does that mean I need to start eating people? Because I don't feel comfortable with that.
Maybe you can be the first dragon not to eat a person. I don't know. Personally, I think it's great if you prepare it just the right way. And when I mean prepare it, I literally mean just have a raw. It's great.
I'm here. Do you feel better after this talk?
Yeah.
Okay. Just to let you know, we're planning that once we get out of the woods, and of course, we want you to be a part of it. We're gonna have a day of celebration. I don't know what that means or what it entails, but once we get out of the woods, we'll have a day, okay? So that's what I wanted to let you know in on. So...
probably skip. Celebration's
Really?
not something that I find celebratory.
I know. But maybe you could write a new chapter as a Justice League party. Yeah. nobody party like a Justice League party. Huh? Huh?
Was that in one of the shows?
What was that?
Was that in one of the shows?
It was part of a commercial thingy.
Oh.
Or like that one eatery thing. Anyways, um, I would like if you joined us, but I'm not gonna force you. I understand from what you've said, celebrations were tied to certain things that I understand, and I'm sure I can let everyone else know, and I'm sure they will understand as well. And if they don't, I'll give them a noogie and then explain why, and then they'll understand.
Thanks.
And
I need to
again,
rest this leg anyway.
it's no problem. You never know. Maybe it could help. But again, I'm gonna leave the room. So whatever happens in here, no judgment. Servants bring her whatever she wants. I mean, she's already told you.
Yeah.
We'll be getting us out of here, okay?
Okay.
And he kind of smiles at you, runs back over to bed, forgetting his plate of pork chops. And he's like, I almost forgot this. And he's gonna head back down.
Cool.
So yeah, the servants over the next bit literally bring out a ghostly servant for you to prepare and do whatever you want with. So-
I imagined it was already prepared. Like there's like, if the
Oh,
equivalent of finger on cocktail sticks. There's a torso.
but
There's a
remember-
leg. Oh.
Sure, but remember these servants know what you like and
I know,
they can't
but
accommodate.
she also can't do anything, and she gets all of her food pre-prepared. I imagine she's never had to prepare food.
I was talking about like maybe some prep torture or something. Really soak in the fear.
Some tenderizing.
No,
Kind of,
it's
yeah.
it's not as fun when it's the servants, because they're
I mean-
willing to do it.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's not as fun.
Okay, yeah, you get
Yeah.
pre-prepared food then.
Pre-prepared food,
And yeah,
and there is
whole,
a source of blood.
yes, there is literally a whole plethora of things like for like fried skin, chips, and stuff like that. Like just
yeah.
a whole slew of delicious Yanti delicacies.
I imagine she goes at
I
one
know.
point, I wonder if maple fingers is a good idea. She
They
dips a bit.
prepare you some maple fingers.
Oh my god, these are delicious.
I'm
So
worried
over,
I'm in that. Oh god.
so over the next hour or so, you
And
are
Janty drink. She will be having
yeah,
that.
of course. So over the next, couple hours, as you, finish your very interesting painting, you enjoy some food and stuff, and
Yeah.
Okay, so
Let me know if I
Dinner
need to do a con save at all.
no, because your intent is to relax and stuff, yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so dinner crew.
Guess we'll probably say A-star something. A-star.
Yes.
Because I'm not familiar with religion, and this is probably something we should bring to Scales and the kids' attention. That symbol that appeared for Damon's, prayer. Is it
Mine
normal
had-
for?
Something to do with me.
Well, I was wondering because like before they had kind of came up with ideas of a symbol, but this is the first time it was like so radiant and so like in force almost.
Castro, I know you were outside when I played Sarah yesterday.
Yeah.
When you went inside, I did something else.
Mhm.
I prayed to Sarah and I heard nothing. Same silence I have heard for 110 years. And I felt lost. I felt helpless. And I was worried about Damon.
Mhm.
So I did something I have never done before. And I didn't even know if it would work or... I prayed to Io.
Okay.
Kestrel, I put Io and I had to talk to Damon alone because when I healed his eyes, he told me he heard me.
I think I remember hearing that in passing, yeah, but didn't really fully understand what he meant.
He was deaf and blind. Far away from me, far even up the range of Auntie and Scouse.
Mm-hmm.
Kestrel, he heard me pray to Io.
Hmm. Makes me kind of think that this confirms our suspicion that he has at least some part of Io in him.
Confirmed. It basically proves it.
Mm-hmm.
And God, I don't know how you feel, Auntie, but to be heard by, I don't know, something like a god again felt amazing.
It's I know the feeling of being in the presence of gods. It's a very familiar feeling to the, well, queens of the court and so forth. It's not something I can fully comprehend to the sake of you walking with your goddess. But if it's anything similar, I can understand the awe.
Hmm.
I've started to come to terms with something.
Sorry, could you repeat that? I didn't catch that.
I've started to come to terms with something.
With what?
The fact that my goddess is dead.
Sorry to hear that.
There's nothing you can do about it. I mean, it was 100. It wasn't 110 years ago. How long did you say it was?
Shorthand, thousands of years ago.
Thousands. No goddess could be this silent for this long without them being dead. And to hear something, it's almost hilarious. For God confirmed dead, for me to hear something, to feel something, to a goddess I don't even know is dead, and hear nothing.
Hmm.
It just shows how little we actually know about what's going on with them.
Yeah.
Shows what little we know what's going on, or how strong Damon is. Which, I don't know which one I want to wrap my head around.
I mean, he seems to be getting stronger almost every like couple of weeks. Like, he literally lifted the whole carriage over his head. That was an amazing feat of strength.
Now, to be fair, he did an assistance for that, but I can only double him.
Hmm.
That is still impressive. Like,
Yeah, and he was dragging like the whole mammoth carcass foot by himself, just while he was just so beaten and exhausted. Or sorry, not mammoth, boar carcass. Sorry.
I mean, it was pretty mammoth.
Mhm.
I mean, if you'd only seen him yesterday, Auntie. I mean, he was shaken at first when we touched him, but...
Yeah,
Yes, I was there.
You were? Oh yeah, you were.
she was. Yeah.
Sorry, I just forget sometimes Auntie's there, you know?
I just kind of melt in the background.
But, I
Belt is
mean,
amazing.
to be so level when... I mean, I don't even know what to say. It's just different.
Mhm.
Maybe a good different, I don't know.
I gotta ask, A-Star, are you, I mean, the first couple days you were very shocked, but, are you still doing okay?
In what way?
I mean, I just want to know if you're, I know, Skezer looks like she's kind of confused a bit, but, I may not have the same past that you did, but I just want to make sure that you're alright to continue with us.
Honestly, I don't know if I could leave at this point, even if you kicked me out. I have.
Oh, sorry.
You know what it was like, Kestrel, on the battlefield.
Yeah.
You know how isolating it was.
Yeah.
How every day was a struggle to survive, and you just felt isolated and alone and paranoid. And for once, to you all who've welcomed me, to not feeling so paranoid in this house, and gods forgive me, feeling connected to Damon on some sort of spiritual level, which astounds me to a point of complete astoundment. I'm good and I'm bad. I'm confused, I don't know anything. You'll keep talking about things and names and things I don't understand, so things are just going over my head at this point.
Yeah.
There's a reason we are called the Lost Ones.
We do gotta brief you more on things. It's just, I want to keep it incremental because it is shocking as the more it goes on.
I'm starting to get that. Nothing is simple around here.
Mhm.
Speaking of which, Kestrel,
Yeah.
Damon said some things to me before you came in,
Okay.
or before we found you. Did you tell him to say those things?
What things?
Do you remember what the other night after Damon asked me what he asked me?
Oh, yeah.
You remember the thing, one of the reasons I told you I said no?
Yeah.
Not the reason for Scows, because
Yeah, yeah.
she still scares me a bit, but in a good way. Those things I mentioned about being a concern,
Mm-hmm.
he basically told me both of those things yesterday, and I was wondering if you told him to say it or told him. I mean,
I didn't tell him to. I tried to understand what he was trying to say, and I kind of told him that basically the way he was going about what he wanted to say was wrong. Because basically, I understand from him, he didn't really know how to talk about it. And I just kind of gave him the best advice I could about the situation.
so you didn't tell him to tell me how he thought I looked, or how he felt about my personality or myself,
I did tell him to try to get to know you better.
but you didn't tell him to say those things.
I didn't tell him exactly. Like, I don't know exactly what he said to you, but I just told him try to start fresh and
He
he wants to get
did.
to know you. Yeah.
I wanted to make sure. No offense. I know how I look.
Mhm.
Visitors in the caves frequently came to me, and I've heard everything in the book, Kestrel. Or
Mhm.
Most everything. Oh. I've heard a lot of things, Kestrel. And a lot of times I've known people to work together to get what they want.
Mhm.
To help out their friends to get what they want.
Mhm.
I just...
I get it. You know, you don't want to. Yeah, I think I see what you're saying. You don't want to be manipulated in a way. What I'm trying to tell you is, you gotta give David a bit more credit than that. He may not fully understand everything given his age and everything, but I don't think he would be curious to know about you if it wasn't from a genuine place. And
He's
maybe he, sees something that he really likes in you.
I would like to put it maybe confused, but good natured.
Yeah, there's nothing deceitful in it.
I get that. He's not very good at lying.
Exactly.
Poor boy blushes.
He does.
Every word I speak, it seems like.
But I do see what you're saying, and whatever advice I did give to him, I was not in any way meant to try to, you know,
Manipulate me.
Yeah, no, not of that at all. I just saw a friend who seemed like he needed help, and I talked to him about it.
I wanted to be sure.
No, I understand. Even though it seems like even though I really appreciate your company, and I do think we're starting to become friends. I understand we've only known each other a few days, and it's perfectly natural to be wary.
It seems like we come from all different walks of life.
Yeah.
On that note, Acer, would you mind if I have a conversation in private sometime?
Sure.
Whenever's most convenient for you, of course. Foraging and everything.
I mean, you know me, I'm very flexible. And not in, well, I am in that word, but not in.
I've noticed.
I'm good whenever, Auntie.
Well, I'm just going to kind of look at the table and see it's basically just Kestrel, Acer, and I, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it really
Including
doesn't.
servants.
Yeah. I mean, they're servants. I'm not too worried about it. And I'm just going to kind of look and say, well, I got a bit of a confession.
Yes.
I've been quite amorous around, sleeping with, having fun with Kestrel, and back home, um, I had feelings for another as well, Frank, and honestly, I've been searching for stuff that I've lost, and Frank, she seemed the appearance of my muse. Kestrel, I mean, you're a blade singer like my muse. These hints, fragments of her I've been wanting to get close to. And Acer,
Yes.
there's a lot of my muse in you. A lot. And initially, seeing that, I had feelings just from that to begin with. But as I get to know you, all of you, but get to know you, I think my muse would have very much liked to meet you. And I'll be honest, sleeping around and having fun with Kestrel yourself, as fun as that is,
It's not your muse.
it's not my muse. Yes, but there's a difference. Being with you, Castro, and I should apologize for this. It was wholly self-serving. I was looking for my muse in you. I was looking for my muse in you as well, Acer. But if things continue, I need to set something straight.
Yes.
Trust me, the bedroom between my muse and I weren't closed doors. That said, there's a difference between love and physical connection as well. And I know you're much more free with yourself. And I can easily see myself crossing a line.
You want to make sure no line is crossed.
Yes, and at least until things are correct. And don't get me wrong, if it was before this realization, I would have taken you up on many offers, don't get me wrong. But on this thought path, I don't want to do wrong to you either. And I'm
Auntie.
sorry for doing wrong to you, Kestrel.
Auntie, never apologize for being in love. It sounds like you went through something. You lost a person you loved, and I mean, honestly, if I was to be honest with you right now, if I was to see Sarah, or even Ilnara, Nasir, and anyone, I would sleep with them without a second thought. So I
Have
am
a
not
point.
one to judge you for that, Auntie, and I understand.
And honestly,
And
though, oh, go ahead.
And if you need help finding her, or him, or whoever, you haven't really told me much about your muse. But if you need help finding them, I'll help.
Yeah, same here, Auntie. I mean, I don't take what happened that night personally, and she's your love. We're willing to help.
And that said, Acer, the kindness that you've shown to me, it's something I don't want to take for granted. I want to show you the right way, or at least go around the right measures.
That does
And
bring up. Sorry, go
No, go ahead, please.
ahead. Guys, just kind of chuckles. That does bring up a good point. Acer,
Yes.
I know you keep on bringing up the fact that people, have their ways of trying to, reach you, quote unquote, because of your looks, and don't get me wrong, you do look good and very well, but I think you don't give enough credit to yourself personality-wise. You've been very, very gentle, nice, wise even.
I hate to say that y'all weren't in the room with me and Damon last night.
Wait, what?
I have shown you the good parts of myself, the
Mhm.
peaceful parts of myself. But there are parts of myself quick to anger, quick to frustration. And I hate to say I let out some bad on Damon last night. I was so frustrated seeing him just. Last night he sacrificed himself
Mhm.
like Sarah had done. And honestly, that made me so upset and so frustrated.
Mhm.
Because I was starting to feel close to Damon and feel that connection someone again, only to see them do the same thing that broke me. I yelled at him quite a bit.
Well, as I understand, just based on what you described, is that a concern?
And I've confused him so much.
Yeah.
I think we all
I-
have to some sort.
Yeah.
As each one of you both kind of like just all of you guys kind of like look off like yeah, we're
Mm,
getting
Yeah,
there.
we're all trying our best to instill the right lessons in them, and it'll be hard at times. I mean, I've never had any children before. I never had any siblings before. I was literally just a tool in my past life, and that's was it.
I had hundreds of non-biological siblings. I mean, all the children together, we acted like siblings. We treated each other like siblings.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I had my first time to two I considered to be my siblings.
Mm-hmm.
Not in a way, like,
Yeah, I know.
not in an incestuous way, but like,
listening
We-
away.
like they knew me better than anyone else. They were my best friends.
Mm-hmm.
I mentioned them earlier.
The twins, I believe.
Imnara and Nasir.
Mhm.
They were twins.
Yeah.
They were amazing and funny, and us three were like, well, if there was ever anything, you could find the three of us together doing things. Just. And my first time was with both of them. Trusted no one else more than I trusted them. They died that first night. The night that we had to leave. When Somerset's people attacked. Elnara. Hurt. Narrow went through her spine. And she wasn't able to move. And Nasir, they send twins that twins are connected on a level that they're one person, they share a soul. And Nasir couldn't leave her.
Mm.
He died for trying to protect her. And I had to leave. But they were my best friends. And I was. I hope that you'll consider us friends like that, Castle. Not like in that way, but
We're friends. She kind of grabs her hand.
And about this moment, you guys hear coming from the foyer door. Ain't no party like a Justice League party. Ain't no party like a Justice League party. Just like get closer and closer as the door. Oh, yeah, hey guys.
Hey, speaking of, did you talk to Scales? Is she joining us?
I believe so. You know, festivals tend to be mostly around her and her sisters getting, killed. So, I think it's the wording and stuff as well, just kind of, festivals, celebrations, stuff like that. So, I think it'll be fine. But
Okay.
we should probably get moving.
We probably should, yeah.
yeah.
It ain't taking a bit much time.
And he just like sets his now empty plate because he ate all the pork chops on the way down. He sets it down and he's like, one more, and just kind of literally like kind of cartoonish, like just gullets it, like just and he
You
starts
want, like-
heading back up. What was that?
Nothing.
Are you sure?
Sure.
Are you sure?
Sure.
Well, if it's anything, just let me know. And he just kind of points towards his head. Okay. And he kind of starts heading back out. And on that note, we're gonna go ahead and take a break.
Yay! Break time.
Yay.
Very much.
Yeah, 10 minutes.
No snail break.
No snow.
No.
Snails, snails, snails.
I like to think I already had my break whilst you guys were talking. I got up, I went to the bathroom, like,
Oh, you get a snail break.
So it looks like at the bottom of my wine glass, it looks like I have a piece of charcoal on it, and I can't get it off, and it's bothering me no end.
Yeah.
I want my delivery of food to come already. Just got my treats. I got like these little like cocktail chocolates and like coffee liqueur
You told
chocolates.
us about those.
I know, I'm so looking forward to them. Like, I can have a one and, not kick the bucket. So they're gonna last me like forever.
Or you could have like 2 if your blood sugars are low
Yeah.
enough.
Or I can have maybe 3 and do a big boost for it.
Ooh.
Mm.
Maybe 4 if you also do some exercises.
No, that's too much. No.
Yeah, probably.
Exercise. Why would anyone want to do that?
I mean, I did it for years. It's actually really fun once you get used to it.
Yeah, but you was also, in the military. It was kind of a stick.
To be fair, I didn't do it in the military. I did it only because they asked me to.
In the
Or I was
military.
literally forced to.
Yeah.
Prior to that was actually when I enjoyed working out. So you gotta remember, as soon as I joined the military, I fucked up my shoulder. So for a while there, working out was not fun.
Yeah. I don't have the stamina for exercise.
Literally, that's why you work out. Like,
I also don't need to exercise.
I also don't exercise, even though I should. So I feel that.
Also, just because you're a small honey does not mean you don't need exercise.
Nah, I'm
Yeah.
tiny. I'm a stick. I
Because
don't
there's different types of exercise as well.
honey. No.
There's anabolic exercising. There's more calisthenic stuff. There's
The only way you're gonna get me to exercise is if there is a treadmill and there is a promise of
Oh,
getting
I
a
will
puppy on the
literally-
other side of the treadmill.
I
And
will
basically like
literally
donkey
carrot
and
stick
carrot
it.
this. Yeah.
Yeah, I will carrot stick it. Like,
If you run like 3 miles, you get a puppy. Okay. Run, no. I used to do like cross country running. Like I was really good at cross country. I did judo and whatnot. And then my pancreas kicked the bucket and I've had no energy ever since.
Let's see for that. I can't run even a mile. Or a half a mile. I can
used
only
to
run
do,
if someone's gonna try to kill me.
In soccer, I used to play soccer, and I actually used to run a lot, like
Yeah.
full on like mile, 2 mile runs.
I wish y'all could hear my fiance, who literally just yelled at the mic for y'all to hear that. She literally said to y'all, "Wouldn't even run if someone killed her." Flavor and
Yeah, but my running days have long since passed at this
Yeah.
point.
I did have like some muscles prior to diabetes, and then again, pancreas kicked the bucket. I lost 5 kilos in the space of a week, and that ate away at all of my muscle and whatever remaining fat I had on me. Never gone back.
The funny thing is, when I was in my runner shape, like I was very skinny. Like I think the pair of you and you, Flower, have seen me like when I was skinny. I look very skinny.
ooh, is this the part where we all post our like old pictures of ourselves?
No.
Yeah, let's do it.
No.
Yeah, everyone,
No.
post your pictures. Yeah.
No.
No, because you're gonna cream us all, Damon.
Oh, okay. I'll
Also,
just,
and then you have to start getting questionable that you're now seeing, your waifu as a young person. A super young person.
I understand that those are 2 different entities.
Right. You may understand that I'm all about the other, you may not.
I mean, he knows better. Yeah, let's. Here, I'll do the same. There we go. Where is it? Where's a really old one?
Just you as a baby.
I don't have any baby ones.
I have baby ones.
See,
I mean, it's baby to me because I'm old as dirt, but
Mhm.
see the picture I have on Discord right now of myself. That's 4 years old. That was right before that was like 2 months before I started dyeing my hair the color of mold wine, and I have been doing it ever.
Oh, I'm trying to find
It was also before I gained weight.
Yeah.
Aww.
precious.
Aww.
it's literally the oldest photo I have.
Fuck it, let me see if I can find.
See, I have to go looking through my parents because they always send me old photos of me.
That was right before I dyed my hair white.
Mhm.
Let me see if I can find a baby photo. Yeah. Let's see.
I have a Photoshop picture of me that I super like. Someone actually tried to ask me to recreate that pose. I couldn't do it, but I felt like I had to because I was doing it for their college project.
Speaking of college, here was me in college. Quickest one I could find. This is me starting college, by the way, when I had my runner's body.
Yes,
Okay, so now you're posting the runner body photos.
I told you up front.
Okay,
Oh,
fine.
posting selfies? Yay! I love the selfie
I'll fucking do
game.
this. I will do this. I will play this game. Where is it?
Man.
Get it.
How young do you want to see a picture of me of? Because I have pictures from elementary school.
Okay, I got a great
Damn.
one. You guys are all
You
Yeah.
can
going to
see
love.
all my ribs.
I will show when I graduated college because that's. a bit more
you're
accurate.
blonde. That's funny, Damon.
Yeah, I didn't know you were blonde.
I was born blonde and my hair slowly got darker as I got
I
older.
noticed that. Yeah.
Yeah,
too.
that does happen. It happened to me.
And this
Mhm.
was technically after my hair was already starting to go more brown and stuff like that.
Mm,
And I did in this picture, it was kind of lightened because I was going through the process of slowly lightening it so then I could dye it white. And you don't want to do that all up front or it will just fry your fucking hair. So
mhm.
I was like taking it in stages. Because that's what I read on the internet.
I'm debating brown hair or red hair do I post?
Up to
Got
you.
one of me today.
What?
No. You're not allowed to do current. You have to do old, right?
No.
That's the whole point of this.
Yeah.
I thought we were
Why
just-
does it have
oh,
to
okay,
be
never mind.
old?
We're doing
Because that
young.
was the thing.
Yeah, we're doing young people. Like young
Oh,
people.
I don't have any photos of me being younger. Laura, you got any high school photos of me?
You?
Yeah.
Honey, you pick which one. The Photoshop one where I'm posing super awesome. Brown.
No Photoshop.
Damn
No Photoshop.
Okay, brown hair or red hair?
Mm,
They're both around the same time, so it doesn't really.
Red.
Younger?
Red hair?
Yeah.
I like that one. I have a sheep.
Okay, that one's not a cat. That doesn't count. You're like, how do we had a sheep? Get
That
that
is
shit out of here.
Oh, you're so
Get
cute.
that shit out of here. Go
What?
post
Is
the
that your
brown one.
natural hair?
Go post the brown one.
Adam, what did you
Trying
say,
to
Flower?
cheat with the sheep.
Amiki, is that your hair?
Not at the current moment. That was back when I was in college.
But is that your natural hair or did you dye it?
I
that
dyed. I dyed it. My natural.
Yo, we dyed our hair the same color.
Nice.
This is a natural picture.
Let me see, let me see. Oh, you're so cute.
I kind of like that picture cut on you, Miki.
Yeah, it's really good for my hair as well because my hair is so thin. I know some people don't like short hair because this was really short, but the pixie cut was actually super good for my hair.
Yeah, looks good on you.
Yeah. But I'm growing it long now. My hair's super long. But a certain someone likes long hair. So
To be fair, that is not what was said. You correctly say what I said. Oh, you don't remember. That's the only part you heard. Got it. Got it. Your hair looks good no matter what. The conversation was, how should you have your hair? And you didn't really have it long a lot throughout your life. So I said, why not try that? So don't try to say it's what I prefer. I like your hair as long as you have hair. I'm gonna be honest, bald, kind of pushing it.
Cool, I'll have one strand of hair.
Sure, just like
You go the Kestrel route.
yeah, go like the mohawk, like just shave all the
Oh, no,
sides.
no, no,
so,
no,
like-
not even that, just one strand of hair.
and I will love that one strand of hair.
Until it gets, like, pulled off by something.
Yeah,
Did that-
you sneeze. It's like.
Oh, I found a college. I found a freshman year picture. I didn't take many. But I found one. Ooh. Ignore me. I was a freshman. I came from a very conservative household, and this is what I thought was a slutty pirate.
Jesus
Very
Christ.
conservative for college.
Oh.
Okay.
I'm curious now.
Yeah, like
Barely showed off any stomach. And that was the problem. Because I thought this was what slutty was supposed to be in college. I very much learned later that night as I went down to the bars that that is not what it looks like for Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
Also, where's the pirate?
Yeah, is that just a bandana on the side?
Yes, listen, I had a hat, but I lost it.
Some reason in my head I was picturing more pirate than slutty. This is like the
Yeah, same.
opposite. Like
Yeah, I had a hat and I had a sword. I lost both of them. A frat guy stole the sword. And the hat, I don't even know where the hat went, to be honest. Oh, there's my engagement pictures. I looked so pretty then.
next one I'm gonna post, I'm not gonna explain anything. I'm just gonna let it ride. Now don't get me wrong, it's not the best quality of picture. Well, let me see how this one is. Which one's better quality? Yeah, okay, we're going with that one.
Oh, I know this one. I like that
I'm
one.
not gonna explain anything.
Oh,
Also see Young Rye.
young.
I definitely don't have a picture that young, Ryan.
Neither do I now.
I do have a young picture, but I'm gonna have to go upstairs. I'm gonna see if I can find it super quick.
The youngest picture I own is the one with my glasses and blonde hair.
Yeah. Personally, like I don't really like keep a lot of pictures. Like
Me neither.
photogenic.
Nope.
Uh,
I have not taken a picture in a decade.
oof.
All the pictures I have are from Facebook, and they're because my mother posted them. Because I'll send her, because she'll like say, take a picture of you at this event. And I'll be like, okay, mom. So I take a picture, and then she's like, she posts on Facebook. And I'm like, Karen, the hell? Oh, there's me with my pretty.
Moustache, 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 moustache. Can you guys guess where I got that?
Where?
Okay, I found a blonde Amy.
Apparently, I've been muted this whole time.
I thought you knew that.
I did it.
Honestly, I thought you did as well.
Me too.
Maybe you're muted.
Yeah, Laura's been sending me pictures, and I'm like, all right, so these are the ones she sent me.
Yeah.
To be fair, it's a common practice for you on breaks and other stuff to just mute yourself and just type and stuff.
You're not wrong.
No, those are the two youngest pictures I have of myself.
Yeah, so that's the reason I usually do that.
Oh, well, if you're doing youngest pictures, then I want to see Ryan.
Okay, let's see my youngest picture.
Oh, I got.
Hi, Mac.
Hi, boy. Apparently, I was muted. Sure.
Yeah, you were.
Okay.
I was.
This would be a long time ago.
Jesus Christ. Honey, that's not you. That's an urchin.
That is an urchin.
Don't judge my life.
I'm gonna find this picture. It's freaking cute.
Best part about that picture is I know the story afterwards. What you don't see is that was just like the coolest one that I saw. There, that whole coral shelf was filled with them.
Mhm.
And at that exact moment after I snapped the picture, there was a big pullback of the water on the coast,
Mhm.
and then immediately I got slammed into that wall. And if you guys know sea urchins and all the stuff like that,
Mhm.
when you touch them, they hurt.
Mhm.
What birthday was that?
2015, so you would have been 18.
The picture I just posted is the baby picture when I was in the
You've been a
hospital.
slut your whole life, I see.
Oh, look at that little boy.
Hey, the baby had pneumonia.
Oh,
Did you get it?
adorable.
Not yet.
Jesus, of course you're looking a window.
Yeah,
I'm good.
I was that type of fox.
You're that type of person. I love you.
To be fair, I have never licked a window.
I somehow doubt that for some reason. I just, deep down,
You know why I never licked a window? It's because there's not been caramel on it.
That's funny. I was about to say, Miki looked a window, you looked a pole, Damon. Match made.
Yeah.
God damn it! Now I still can't taste sour.
Okay, I'm posting this one 'cause it's my favorite one, and it's a recent one. I don't care. It's my favorite picture, and I'm so proud of it.
Okay.
This is my engagement picture. Because, y'all, I did these 5 minutes from my house. Because they said, you can't do it in the fucking woods. And I said, fucking try me. I'm getting my pictures made in the woods like the fucking druid I am. And you want to fight me on it?
Is that your fiance?
Aw, that's adorable. That's a
What
good
would be my
picture.
proudest picture?
And my aunt and uncle took this picture and they made it, and they had someone draw it as an anime style
Aww.
for us to put in our game room.
Mhm.
It was pretty fucking awesome. Can't
That's
put it.
pretty
In the
sweet.
game room. We can't put it in the game room because our cats.
You know, Damon, that makes me think. You should have maybe me blot draw you and Amiki at some time.
Oh well.
I was 16 for
The
raising
artist.
you. That was your birthday.
Yeah.
I'd say maybe they should do a couple's picture of you two.
Okay, I get pictures and stuff, but let's be honest. I don't like pictures of me as is.
Yeah.
You really think I want a portrait of me?
No, just saying it might be cute is all.
Sure, but you're also talking to like a fucking weirdo, so.
I know you two aren't energetic. I just suggested it. That's all.
I miss this curly hair so much.
Okay, are you guys all ready? 'Cause
I am.
we were in snail break
I want to get rid
territory.
of that.
Oh yeah, I'm good.
That was
Right.
Yeah, Laura's just sending me more pictures.
Okay, well it's start time.
Did you get it yet?
I'm waiting on it. There it goes. We get a little beep. All right, here's Laura because she wants to be a part of this.
Wait.
This was my senior year.
Just the last one because she wants to be a part of the pictures. Give me a second. It's gotta load. There it goes. There it goes. You get that.
Senior year.
Oh,
Fucking lifetime ago.
girl.
I miss that hair. Oh, I missed that.
Thank you,
curly
Laura.
hair.
I don't feel as old now.
Oh, sweetie, I'm 46, so
Thank you for
I-
that.
Tell
Around
Laura
that
tell Laura I wish I had her curl. I have to put hot rollers in my hair to make my super straight hair even somewhat curly.
I miss that hair so much. My hair's not that curly anymore. I miss it so bad. Now, that hair was like, if you can't tell, shiny and highly flammable. Highly flammable.
Like most things in the 80s and early 90s.
Yeah,
Uh,
90s, sweetie. Well, yeah, it was 91, 92.
Okay,
Out of the 80s.
so
Okay,
we're gonna
y'all
get right
have
back
fun.
into it.
Thanks
Okay,
for letting me participate.
no worries.
Bye.
Are we done reminiscing?
Yes, we are done.
Okay.
Okay, so Um,
my headphones in so I don't have echo.
yes, thank you. Can you mute yourself until you get it in?
There we go.
Okay. Okay, so kid is heading out to begin pulling the wagon.
You
That's
guys
gonna
ready?
be his duty for the day.
Yep.
All right, Kestrel heads up.
So does A-Star.
Okay.
Go ahead to the gallery.
Okay.
Let's
We'll do
go.
this in order. Auntie, first, are you doing prime or average photo work?
I'm going to do one prime, but with my offhand. And I'm going to do the rest average.
Okay. Well, again, it's I know you're a fast artist, but like to get, you might be able to top out at 2 per day, maybe, given the size of the paper and stuff like that.
All right, yeah, that's basically what I'm doing then. Just
Okay.
one with
So
one best abilities with offhand, and then one just middle of the road.
So we'll go ahead and roll for the best. Go ahead and roll your check. Okay. Now let me see your average one. Okay. Surprisingly, it is perfectly average.
Nice.
Like you get to the certain point when this is gonna get towards towards the evening time as you're working on the second one of you like, okay, well that first one was good. Can't do that good. So I'm going to go average, and you pull your left hand and you think that it might be a little sloppy with your left one, but no, you're an artist, you got this. So you guide through it, and it is perfectly average, no mistakes. It looks very mundane. You even do like a very like mundane like scenery of like, I don't know, like a woods with an animal or something in it, and it's like very mundane, very grounded, and like the artistic style isn't like too in depth or too engaging. And it's
Ross-esque.
a little Ross-esque, but like it's maybe not even to his talent level, but like it's a little bit under there. But yeah, there are definitely a happy tree or two in there. Okay, so that's that side. Outside people, what are you guys doing for the rest of the day?
Scouting and I believe
Forge.
A-Star said, A-Star said she wanted to help with that every now and then.
Okay. Okay, then I need a survival check from Kestrel and a nature check or actually roll alchemy supplies. When you hit it, it'll ask for your stat. Roll intelligence.
I don't have alchemy supplies.
No, not you. You're doing
You mean
survival.
the herbalism
Okay.
surprise?
Herbalism, yes. Okay. Okay. Luckily I was giving you advantage depending on how well he did, since he's kind of like pointing out the stuff and like, ooh, stuff. AA star, look. There's a lot of stuff that you're like, I don't know what the fuck that is. But there are a few things here and there, like you are able to find some herbs and other stuff that you can be dried to, like, maybe help with headaches, things like that. Like it's very mundane, simple stuff, but over the rest of the day, until it gets like dark, you guys gather an okay amount. Like not like big boxes or bundles of it, but it's a start. If this is something that is kept up, for a few days, you guys might actually get to a point where it might be a quantity that, might be reasonable to be carried as a merchant. Maybe not like a big merchant, but small time.
Cool.
So that's that. A star.
Yes.
When you're in range, the kid does kind of poke into your brain a little bit.
Yeah.
Just basically, to be like, well, you wanted to talk and stuff, so I figured, when you're close, like, we can talk about stuff. I can tell you about me, and you can talk about you, and you can learn more about, like, because I know there's a lot from the stuff we have had to deal with, but I can start you off small and just kind of at the start. Because I'm not gonna lie, you probably have a lot more memories than me.
And she's just, when she asks him specific questions, she's gonna ask him questions about, like, the people he's mentioned before, and she's gonna ask him about the heroes he's always talking about, and ask him about the boss.
That is a big chunk. Like when he starts going, when you start asking him about like the superheroes and stuff that you keep hearing about, like he starts going. Like you can tell he's again fanboying a bit, but you know, and just to save time, it is basically what you would expect in our world. You know, the Revengers and you know all that stuff, but it's you know just basically for copyright's sake, just slightly different named. But you know, like he talks about his favorites, some of the badly written ones, and you know, like he talks to you about the movies and like, oh, someday we're gonna have to sit down and I'm gonna have to show you the movies, like there's a whole series. But you guys just kind of basically, you know, spend, you know, time in between you like veering off out of the distance of his telepathy. And it's, you know, once again it's kind of nice having that presence again. You know, as you've stated, missing that kind of connection to anything more physical is something that you haven't had. So just talking and shooting the breezes, it's kind of nice. And you are able to get a few questions answered of like, who the fuck is this? Who the fuck is that? And I'm not gonna go over every detail right now. If it comes up over a session, I'll be like, yeah, you know this, and I'll fill it in. But after session, I can give you like a short list of some of the stuff.
Question DM, because you skipped onto outside crew. I just wanted to ask, are we taking the natural one from before being my entire painting thing for the journey?
No,
Okay.
calm down. And
Okay.
also the journey is like you have
I
no
didn't
idea
know.
how long it is.
I know.
Calm down.
I was just asking.
Do another one for the later evening stuff.
Yeah.
Another one.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you said it's just because you said indoor crew, okay, outdoor crew. I was like, wait, I'm indoors. I'm indoors too.
Just go, go. I was getting to you.
Okay. I was just last. Weirdly. Yeah. I'm guessing
Relax.
Dex.
Yes.
Yes.
Nice.
Okay.
There you go.
And I fucked up. I should have asked you whether you're doing mundane or advanced.
Let's say mundane.
Okay. Yeah. And for Auntie and Scales, like the second one, you're probably not gonna finish tonight.
Mhm.
It's probably gonna have to be continued tomorrow, just because you guys did start at kind of a weird point in the day. And because I am being nice, because you guys are working with small sections of paper. But yeah, that's your guys' day, and it gets towards evening, and eventually the kid's like, okay, we should probably have some dinner and get some rest.
Sounds good.
All right.
And I have to know.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see, because we got. Sorry, DM has to do math.
Oh no, math.
In a D&D game, whoever would have thought?
I'm actually doing cartography and navigation right now, so.
Oh no, cartography and navigation in a D&D game, whoever would have thought?
Still technically math, according to my students.
Also, you know, screw you guys. Most players never had to deal with it.
I know, that's because you're a DM.
Okay, so given where you guys are, I gotta look at the world map. I'm so glad I have this.
Apparently, I killed a bug with my laptop.
An actual bug or a computer bug?
No, apparently when I closed my laptop, leaving it outside, there was a bug between the screen and the keyboard.
Nice.
That's one way to get rid of a computer bug.
Yeah.
I was like, what's this smudge? Oh, it's a wing. Oh.
You guys are going in a southeastern direction.
That is correct. Even though I kept on accidentally saying southwestern.
Okay, so you guys would be. Remove snapping. You guys would be about here at this point.
Can I give the DM inspiration by saying he's doing a wonderful job?
No.
I try.
Okay, so now we'll say it's about there. Given you guys are moving at normal speed. Okay. So evening comes, dinner is had. Scales, you're pretty much fat and a little tipsy.
Oh yeah, she's probably staying
Oh,
in
wait.
her room throughout the entire dinner.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
That painting's gonna be at disadvantage.
Yay! That's fine.
Yay,
It's still not bad.
It's much better than the first.
Yes, it's much better than first, but again, because you're the one rolling, you're confident in both of them. But yeah,
Yeah,
so
Scales will be staying upstairs in her room.
getting white girl or Yanti white girl wasted, and doing some art and eating people.
Yeah.
Everyone else, dinner is there. Anyone have any plans or ideas or concepts for the evening? Discussions to be had? Anything?
Hmm.
I am wondering how we plan to ford up for the night. Are we just going to barricade ourselves in the carriage, or are we doing watches?
Well, I can stay outside.
Okay, but Damon, if you see a danger,
I know. I won't put myself at any undue risk.
I meant more get us as well.
Oh, but yeah, obviously that's part of it.
First thing, open the door, wake us up, then jump into danger while we're with you.
Okay.
Well, don't. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, we get it.
I mean, realistically, I could probably leave the door open and just really shake the cart.
This is true.
That is true. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll do that just because of the immediacy of it.
Okay.
Anyone else have anything?
So after dinner, he is going to grab some actual boar meat and take it outside.
I assume we're pretty tired after all that, right?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like hitting hay.
When everyone goes to their rooms,
Okay.
A-Star's probably, because she can't handle being alone, probably going to, based on the most recent conversation, go outside.
Okay. You find the
And-
kitty's basically kind of sitting at the back end of the wagon. The back of it's kind of, collapsed down. So you're just kind of sitting on the edge of it.
She's just gonna kind of sit there in the wagon and kind of curl up.
Oh, hey, Star.
Hi. Do you mind if I stay out here?
Oh, no, of course not. It's not too cold for you, is it?
I don't mind.
Well, I mean, and he kind of gets his stuff, grabs the extra toga. I mean, at least take this.
Thank you.
And he's actually going to adjust, kind of not sitting on the edge of the wagon, but kind of up against the wood, kind of to where you're kind of curled up. And he just kind of gets a little bit closer.
I can't sleep alone.
No, I mean,
I was sleeping with Auntie. But, there was a couple reasons I told you no the first night, Damon.
and
What?
again, I understand.
One of them was because... Didn't want to say it that day because she scares me. But Scales kind of threatened Auntie in front of me. About you.
She does that a lot.
Yes, and I thought you were hers.
I mean, she doesn't own me or anything, and
But it felt like that. And one of the big things in my home was we respected that if someone belonged to someone else. And Auntie, as much as it's just flirting and fun, Auntie belongs to someone else. I can't knowingly do that. And I don't want to tempt her or anything. I don't know.
It's fine. You don't need to explain anything. Like I said, I'll be here for you, and whatever you need. Um, I'll be honest, I haven't ever done that before. So I may need some instruction for it. I've this is gonna sound really weird. I've never really cuddled or slept with anyone. I mean, mundanely slept with someone. Really.
It's like a hug, but you're lying down, and both people should be comfy. Sometimes one isn't, but if both are, it makes you feel close and happy. You don't have to, Damon. Don't want to force you into anything, and I just,
And he just kind of like stops you. He's like, I mean, you're not forcing anything. I offered. It does sound nice, and even though it's dark, you have dark vision, so you do notice the shift of shade on his cheeks. Just don't expect me to be good at it.
just happy not to be sleeping by myself. I can't. That first night when you offered me your room, Damon, I never slept in your bed. I slept under your bed, Damon. I basically cried my eyes out.
I'm sorry.
You didn't know? No one would know. I mean, I have to admit, for 360 years old, most people I've known have slept alone at least once in their life.
Well, then, for the help that you've given me, this is the least I can do. And he's going to adjust himself to attempt to cuddle. How should I do this? Because he's never done this before.
I imagine a
Charisma?
strength check to
Like-
see if he like chokes
Definitely
her or not.
charisma.
Yeah.
No, this is more the physical side of it.
Yeah.
Of like,
I would say
Bronze?
I would probably say strength purely on the basis of hugging someone too much can feel like choking them. So the
I'd say
control of
acrobatics, honestly.
that is a weird
Yeah, 'cause
hug.
yeah, it's either gonna be acrobatics or athletics. I'm kind of leaning towards athletics because again, he's also he's strong.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to. Yeah, I'm gonna say athletics.
I was gonna say acrobatics is some like weird kinky sex thing.
Or if, yeah, he's not like trying to engulf you or like wrap around you. Okay. 27. Wow. What is that? A fucking 19? 19. Jesus fucking Christ.
Great first cuddle.
Expert cuddler.
A-Star, given your size, you've had more probably people who were smaller than you than the same size or bigger than you. He is about the same height as you, but he definitely has a lot more mass. So, it is an experience you don't get often, and currently, obviously, but even in your past, it wasn't like something you got to experience very often. So it's nice, and just by the nature of who he is, like he gives off a lot of like just natural heat. So like it is chilly. It's fucking cold out here, so like as soon as he gets in there, he kind of like puts his arm forward to like let you lay on it. So you have like your makeshift arm pillow, and he just kind of encompasses you, and it's a pretty nice fit, and he doesn't squeeze you to death. But he also like there's a little bit of adjustment, like because like it starts off like with that bit of distance and stuff as he doesn't know where the lines are and like but eventually as you're kind of relaxing and stuff like that, it gets to kind of more like a deep cuddle and like yeah, it's comfy.
So, just for my understanding, A Star is basically Little Spoon for the first time of her life.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, I'm putting that in my notes.
Now I gotta do this because okay.
Ouch.
Do you go to sleep after the start of the cuddle?
Probably she'll fall asleep.
Okay. Okay. Um. Given everything, Scales would probably be the first one to pass out.
Oh yeah, most definitely. She's been on a food binge and a Yanti drink
Yeah.
binge.
Okay, so yeah, Scales, you wake up. Like you didn't drink too crazy party time, so you're not too fucked up, but you definitely got to bed at probably the quickest.
And she has a big belly, I imagine, still.
Yeah. There's
Oh.
like a still like you probably passed out like mid nibble, like there's a finger just on your like you look down, there's like a finger like right on your right tit. You're like, oh.
Yeah, I'll pick her up. Clap the butler over.
They do so.
Cool. What's going on inside the house?
Most of your companions are sleeping.
Oh,
Well,
okay.
they all are that are in the house.
Hmm.
Again, we aren't aware of those outside of the house.
Obviously.
Do you need anything, mistress?
Pass me over one of the paintings and pass me one of the paintings and pass me a. I'm trying to think. Yeah, just pass me over one of the paintings and she'll start flicking through the house TV channels.
Okay.
And she'll start like drawing. I want to say bedroom scenes, but not of the people sleeping.
Okay. Well, you still got to finish your first one.
Oh yeah,
From
after that as well, I will continue that.
But yeah, easily done.
Yeah. Let me know if I don't know. Damon wakes up. Something, I don't know.
But of course, mistress.
Hmm.
After like we'll say like maybe 30 minutes an hour, catch or auntie, whichever you guys want to start. But you guys are awake.
Casserole stretches. Just kind of tries to fix her bed hair and goes showers and everything, and then gets ready for the day.
Okay. Auntie, what are you doing?
Auntie kind of gets up and looks around. Excuse me. To the servants.
Yes, auntie.
Do you know where Acer is? She doesn't seem to have come to bed last night.
Oh, she left the domicile last night.
Ah, that makes sense. Okay. And Auntie will start going through her day.
Okay.
Getting dressed and everything.
Yeah, so you guys would probably exit your rooms around basically the same time.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Auntie.
Morning.
And I'm gonna do a quick check outside, see how Damon's doing.
I'll tag along.
Cool.
And already you guys smell the smell of, like the breakfast food.
Mm-hmm.
There are other foods and stuff being prepared besides the boar and stuff because you guys are starting to get surprisingly towards the later end of like the fresher meat.
Mm-hmm.
Because you guys wanted a large portion of it, dried and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But like smell of bacon, eggs, all those goodies, like it's just permeating through the house. And as you guys get down, like start heading down the stairs, Kestrel, you're probably the first to see it.
Mhm.
The door is still open,
Mhm.
and you do see a bundle kind of towards the side of the wagon.
Okay.
And as you get down towards like the foyer, you look out and you see A Star and the kid just passed out cuddling.
Kestrel will smile at that and then kind of do a knock on the, you know, what's it called carriage wood.
Okay, how loud?
Pretty loud.
Okay. A Star, you hear some knocking.
She'll
Morning,
start.
you two.
Oh, I fell asleep.
Sleep well?
Yes, surprisingly. Is Damon still asleep?
Yeah, you like turn over. He didn't immediately wake up, and he was, from what you're seeing, he was asleep.
Mhm.
I didn't
And
think
he
he
kind
could sleep.
of starts stirring, and then, like he opens up his eyes. He's like, "Oh, good morning, A Star." And he kind of like looks over at Kestrel, who's like standing there, like, "Oh, hey, Kestrel."
Hey.
And, looks around and sees like the peaking of morning, and like, okay, I may have fucked that up a bit.
No worries. Hang on. I'll just do a quick perimeter check. You guys go get some food.
Damon,
Yeah,
before
yeah.
we go get food, she's gonna touch his face. She's gonna kiss the side of his cheek. And as she does, she's going to cast Lesser Restoration and Cure Deafness.
Okay. You watch as the kind of buildup of scar tissue, which is pretty healed up at this point, like begins to, rescind, and you see that his ears have been restored.
Can you
Oh,
hear me?
yes, I can. But to be fair, I could always hear you.
But now you don't have to go inside my head. You know all the sound.
I mean, I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty nice in there.
Too nice. Come on, let's get some food.
Yeah, I'm definitely hungry. Kestrel, go ahead and give me your perception check, because someone
Mhm.
fucking cuddled for the first time, really, and fucking
Yeah.
failed his wisdom save to stay awake.
15.
It seems quiet. Occasional like, it is cold. Like there is a light frosting on the ground and stuff like that. Not snow, just cold and moisture on the air.
Yeah.
Um, Not a lot of animal signs, just because time of year and weather. But you do
Mhm.
see life. You look around. There's no like giant boar markings, thank God. And other than that, like it's pretty. I mean, it's pretty kind of just empty.
Okay. No marks on the carriage or anything?
Nope, not
Alright,
that
cool.
you can see.
Oh, Kestrel will get in and then close the door to the carriage.
Okay. And at this point, Scales, one of the servants, does notify you that he has entered the domicile again.
Okay, I'll switch immediately to the foyer fin. And how do, like, what does she see? Something, just
You
him
see,
immediately walking? Is there any?
Aster coming in, then the kid. And yeah, you probably wouldn't be able to see outside of the carriage.
No.
Yeah. So that's all you see. You see them coming in and going towards the dining room.
Is Bonzi around there? Because I would have came down alongside.
I mean, yeah.
Kestrel.
You're
Yeah.
right. Oh yeah, right there as well.
Yeah. Scales will do a telepathic thing to Finn. It's like, hey,
Morning.
this thing everyone wants to do. When are they doing it?
Once we get out of the woods and stuff.
What is it they want to do?
Just have a get together and relax. I honestly don't know. He's like whispering a little bit.
Out of character, you know, Kestrel did say spa day.
Yeah, sure, but he doesn't.
Fair. Yeah.
He doesn't know.
Yeah, he does. Probably hasn't had a spa day before.
This is fair.
Yeah. Yeah. Good.
I'm sure it'll be fun. Plus, maybe we get Kessler to have some more of that Yanti drink. You seem to enjoy his pain and suffering through that. Huh?
Hmm.
Come on. You know you want to see Kestrel squirm again. I won't force you, though.
I'll think about it.
That's all I ask. And if he could, like, pat you on the head or, you know, like, give, like, a ha, you know, like a little...
Until
Yeah.
Pat.
I imagine he
Yeah.
just says pat pat. Pat pat.
No, it's a little bit more than that. Like, you actually get the sense of a pat. It's not
Okay.
physical, but you get the sense of it, the concept of it.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're gonna be eating your finger food. And yes, that's what I
Yeah.
choose to call it from now on.
I mean, that's what it is. It's literally finger food.
I know. Okay.
That's really good. Like I
I
had it
will
with
take
the
your word for it.
I had it with the
Just
maple.
please
It's really
don't.
nice.
Please, should have just, you know. I won't judge you, but you don't need to go into deep description about it.
I just feel like people are missing out. You know.
Sure. But choices. Morning, Auntie. You hear it like through telepathy still.
Oh, okay. I'll let you go. Mm.
Morning, kid, as she just says aloud. And morning, Acer. Have a nice night, you two.
Are you stopping her in the foyer?
I imagine, like, just as they're walking in.
Okay, because the kid is beelining it for the dining room.
Oh, then just kind of just say hi, kid. No sense, like, yeah, kind of
Yeah.
talking.
And then
Acer
he kind of goes in, and then Acer's like coming behind, and then you say that.
I didn't think it was after our conversation. Like, I did.
No, I understand. And Anna's kind of fiddling with her hand. Well, no, go ahead.
In my homeland, may have been promiscuous. But the one thing we did respect, someone belonged. Do you belong to?
Is she breaking up for anyone else?
A little bit.
Just a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
bit, but I'm getting
Yeah,
there.
it sounds like your
Oh.
sensitivity, or you might just need to come a little bit closer to the mic.
So, in my homeland, Auntie, we might be a little promiscuous, but there's one thing that we do respect: is belonging to another. You belong to another, Auntie, and you told me of your devotion last. You would sure. I'll be okay.
Auntie. Oh, no, yes, go on.
Thank you for your consent.
Auntie just kind of scratched the back of her head and. Is there like a seating area in the foyer?
Yeah.
Just kind of take a seat. I'm going to be honest. Bit selfishly, too. I was kind of hoping you were going to show up.
Sorry.
I know I belong to my muse. At the same time, I've grown fond of you. I mean, how can someone not?
You're too kind.
And just hope I didn't push you away. I want to do things right, but I don't want things gone.
I'm here for you, Auntie. I'm here as your friend and your companion. And maybe even a sister.
Broke up for that last bit. Anyone else?
I'm here as your friend and your companion. Maybe you could even consider me a sister someday. Family.
That's true. Yeah.
But you love none there. And this isn't trying to change how I act around you. Just I want to respect those boundaries. I have
Honestly,
to
good.
respect I have to respect those boundaries. Doesn't mean I'm going to change who I am.
If I may speak frank.
Yes.
Yeah.
eh, And Auntie's gonna kind of come up and take put a hand out asking for Acer's hand.
She'll give it to her.
Honestly speaking, this may be a bit of naive or chaotic speaking, but I genuinely think you would be a nice fit for the two. My muse and I genuinely think she would like you, and I would like to explore that at some point.
And we can. When we find her. But that's one thing about my culture I cannot change about my peace and those boundaries. My past, my beliefs are the only things I have left of my. And that was one of the things that we held strongest.
Okay, looks like the coast is clear, Kestrel says.
As Kestrel's coming in from his watch.
Closes the door. Anyone else want to eat?
I could eat. Oh, and I'm going to probably need to give you another shield. I imagine the one you had has fallen to paint at this point.
At this point, it has a couple hours, but yeah, you can redo it.
And I want to say I fixed Damon, but that doesn't sound right. He can hear again.
Oh, that's great. Nice job.
So if he's pretending like he can't, he can.
Kestrel chuckles as she heads into the dining room.
Time to eat, I suppose. And on to make her way.
Okay. You guys enter in. Kestrel's beginning to see, and the kid is just shoveling shit in his face. Like,
Just for your reference, DM, Kestrel's gonna try some other food because I imagine she might be getting sick of boar at this point.
no, like I said, there's other stuff prepared as well. Kid
Yeah,
doesn't
yeah.
discriminate.
I'm sure.
And I have to ask a big question because I know how many days of travel you guys have. And there's a lot to be repeating this process over and over and over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Are you guys, because I have the general idea of what everyone wants,
Hmm.
are you okay to time skip a bit?
I mean, yeah.
I am.
Okay. Okay.
Kinda,
Auntie?
yeah.
Okay.
There's only one thing I'll probably want, and that
Yeah,
would just
if
be a
anyone
special-
wants anything special apart from, like, everything, like, just let me know.
Aside from the actual clearing, potential celebration day, I'm all good.
Yeah, I'm just saying get to the wood clearing part.
Yeah.
And A Star did want to convince Damon at one point, like at night, to train with her.
Okay. He is more than willing to help you with that. Is it going to be a one night thing or multiple nights?
Multiple nights, probably.
Okay. So that's one check. Okay. Okay, so that's that. Auntie?
To be is hey Star.
On
Yes,
Thank
one
you
of these
for
days.
thank you for respecting the boundaries. And don't be a stranger. My door is still always open.
Never, Auntie. Never.
That reminds me, Damon, because now the few days at some point reset in the house is going to happen.
I am just assuming that that process is happening.
Cool.
Unless there's anything specific, and I know the changes you were already discussing.
Yeah, that I just want to remind you of those changes.
Yes. Okay.
Also,
So,
I'm not sure if it factors in, but I imagine not Kestrel, Auntie will do the whole bear's endurance or bear's strength thing.
Yep.
To the kid.
the first hour of
Full
every single
strength.
day, which
Yeah.
does definitely help. Like getting that hour of like quickened movement definitely helps.
Mhm.
And with Bull's strength, like he is a little bit more confident to do running pace. But Kestrel,
Hmm?
you can't keep up with him.
Ooh.
Mean
Good news is there can be a swap. A
Mhm.
Star can go in the house, and you can stay in the carriage for those times.
Sure, yeah.
So that way you're still able to basically keep an eye out, keep them in the right direction, but there is that upper weight limit.
Sounds good.
take it back.
Yeah, so like him carrying you and A Star in the house at that time, like yeah, that's an hour at 40 speed, which is definitely gonna help, especially over time.
Awesome.
Because I have 2 second level spell slots, one in the morning, one around afternoon.
Okay. Sure.
Just so I
Yeah,
get 2 hours of expedited movement per day.
Yeah, it's just doesn't really matter the time of day.
Yeah, I know.
Okay,
I'm
so
expending 2 per day. That's what matters.
just to let you guys know, for Scales and Auntie, you guys are starting to run dangerously low on your paper.
Yeah, Scales
as
would
for-
be stopping on the paper.
Okay, I would say that like you guys may be able to get like 1 or 2 paintings before it'd be like, oh, we're almost out. Like,
Yeah, Scales would be stopping.
okay, Auntie,
You want me to keep going, or should I be a bit more conservative about it as well?
you guys already divided the paper, remember?
True.
You too. What was left, you guys took what was left and divided it.
Yeah, I'll do another one.
Okay, so go ahead and give me a performance check on that.
0.5 mundane.
Okay. It's another wonderful mundane one, like it's a whole mountainside, and yes, there's a happy little tree there. Okay. For A Star,
Yes.
I gotta really consider this one. This is kind of, how should I do this? Go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw. I will just do that for. Okay. For the first couple days, he does say he'll, to kind of take it easy, but immediately when he goes into training mode, there's a certain seriousness that comes across him.
Well,
Yeah, you might want to move your mic a little bit.
Yeah, not too far, not
Put
too
it through
close.
Yeah, what you could do is if you want, because there was a certain point, you may want to just, move it away, go to your user settings, and drop down the sensitivity if it's on it. Do you know how to do that in Discord?
Yeah.
just drop the sensitivity a little bit. That way, it probably won't cut out while you're talking, and we don't have to deal with wind tunnel. Okay. But that doesn't stop him from taking it seriously. And for the first day, you're gonna be very sore. And honestly, like there's a few times like where like he's because it's not just physical training. It's also like some combative training and stuff over the next few days. And hopefully, like there's a few times when like he's like because he's trying to like aim for your shield and stuff like that. There's a few days where you're like kind of ending that training and your hand is like ringing. That like, oh fuck, like he didn't hit me, but like I'm holding up this piece of protection and he's hitting it. And yeah, it's rough, but you survive. We'll count that for the first bit. Go ahead and give me one more. Noise.
Nice.
Okay. You do a lot better after a couple days of getting used to it. But there's still, like some intensity coming from him, and you gather because of his just the difference in strength between you two, and for how serious he takes it. It's gonna be a while until you're gonna get used to that. But it's not all just seriousness as well. Like you guys still continue your talks and stuff like that. But yeah, it's good. Now last checks I need is because you guys said that you wanted to keep up the scavenging and stuff like that. I need, and I'll be nice and just do one for each at advantage. Kestrel, go ahead and give me a survival.
Okay.
And A-Star, give me another herbalism. I'll do it at advantage since, it's counting over multiple days. Okay.
Oh, what?
You guys continue to gather more. Again, it's not like a huge supply or anything like that. But you guys are starting to run into the issue of the fact that you guys don't have like crates and stuff to put the stuff in. You don't have
That's
bags. So like as of right now, you guys are like putting it in the house to be stored. Some of the stuff needs dried. Some of the stuff needs to be, kept at temperatures or moist and stuff just to keep it going. So, the servants are able to accommodate just that storage part. But as far as like getting it ready for, looking like it's ready to be sold, you guys need something to put it in.
Gotcha.
But you guys do gather a pretty hefty amount.
That's good.
And so, yeah. And after 10 days of travel like this process just repeating, we're going to go ahead and start off on that day. So, A-Star, I got to ask, is continuing sleeping arrangements? Just so I know how to set the stage for that.
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so Kestrel. You wake up.
Probably the same deal as the day previous, shower up
Okay.
and all that, and then go check out the outside.
Okay. Auntie, same thing. You begin to stir and wake up.
Yeah, just through the routine.
Okay. And so kind of a repeat of that. The last day you guys come down, and over a few days you guys have probably seen this scene just, repeating. A-Star and the kid. It's not more so now, like there are more days where you guys get down there and the kid is awake and she's asleep. But he basically lets you guys know that nothing really happened. It's pretty quiet.
Alright, I'll come on and get some breakfast.
And A-Star, you're woken up by the kid.
Yeah, David.
It's morning time. I think it's breakfast and stuff.
Guess we should go eat. You're probably starving.
I mean, yeah, it's,
I have to ask every time. I wonder where you fit all that food.
I mean, I don't know. You know, it's just how the daemon do, I guess.
And she just starts laughing as they head.
Okay. Scales.
Yeah.
I need you to roll me a Constitution saving throw
Yay. Yay.
because this has been an extended rest period for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
14. Okay.
Your leg is still injured.
Yeah.
Your movement is still half,
Mhm.
but it's not nearly as painful.
Okay.
So moving around, it's still slow. Like there's still that serious stiffness, and if you strain it too much, you get the sense like yeah, this probably isn't going to be great. But with the assistance of crutches and stuff like that, you're able to move around the house. Because
Okay.
again, they can keep it braced and stuff as long as you're in the house.
Yeah.
And they'd have set up, like some handy-capable parts on the stairs, so you don't
Yeah.
necessarily have to ask for servants or help if you don't want it. You can be an independent snake who don't need no person.
Yay.
Yeah.
I guess it's gonna do that. No.
Okay. So
Yeah, she'll just
ahead.
like hobble downstairs.
Okay.
Yeah.
So as you guys are all coming in together, one by one, you guys have breakfast. It is delicious. You guys all meet.
Mhm. Wonder how much time we got in this forest. Think we're getting close to the clearing?
I mean, it's hard to say.
Yeah,
Hardest part is we didn't know where we were at.
that's
So
true.
I think since it's been 10 days, do you guys want to discuss plans? Like, do we change? Do we stay the course?
Let's just
Hmm.
do the course. Ain't got anything else.
What about Auntie and Asa? What do you think?
You asking me?
Yeah.
I know nothing about this place. I think
I
I've
mean, you know
mentioned
as much
that.
as we do. Yeah.
So your insight, is definitely just as valuable as any of ours,
Yeah.
honestly, at this point.
I don't know. I was always told if I got lost to just keep going the way I was going and somebody would eventually find me. I don't know.
I mean, yeah, we gotta hit something eventually, right?
We should, yeah. Hopefully, anyway. Auntie?
Don't see a reason to divert from what we're doing.
Yeah. Well, I think we should just continue the course then.
Okay. Auntie, juice me.
Yes, here you go.
Ugh, I gotta admit, Auntie, that feels good every single time you do that.
I'm glad it does. Glad I could help.
You know what, Auntie? Maybe the next casting after the first hour, you just do it to yourself. I'm telling you, you gotta experience it. It's pretty great.
When we were searching for you, I got a taste of it myself.
It's a kind of a rush, right?
I was able to push through to find you. It helped a lot.
It's really awesome magic. I know you and Scales and like A-Star, you guys can do some crazy stuff, but that is like it's almost kind of addictive, I'm not gonna lie. Oh my gosh, do people get addicted to magic like that? And he's just like looking at everyone at the table like there's a little bit of sense of fear of like, oh my god, am I addicted to magic?
Kessel shrugs. I mean, I don't know.
I mean,
Go ahead.
back home, people could get addicted to, like, magical fertility rituals. I mean, that's a whole different issue.
I suppose
That's
in
like
my,
sex magic.
in my case, it's the. For want of a word, since we're saying the word repeatedly, the addiction to the power that it gives you.
I mean, theoretically, anything could be addictive.
Yeah. Just like this
And his
castle.
eyes go wide as he looks at the plate of food beneath him, and he just kind of like ponders.
I mean, this is a pretty nice glass. And you just see her, she's got like a glass of like red liquid. This is good. This is really good stuff. Nom, nom.
I'm gonna, because the kid knows what you've been binging on.
Yeah, and I was going to say, in regards to her breakfast, it is less obvious Yanti foods, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, the kid kind of like gives a look, and he's like, and it's not like a judgment look, like, he's just kind of like slightly smiles and kind of nods towards you, and he kind of gives you that like knowing look of like, like, yeah, I know what you're doing.
Scales, you seem to be enjoying that. Mind if I try some?
Yeah, go for it.
I'll eat a sizable auntie portion.
Go ahead and roll me a Constitution saving throw, because drinking this straight up is not for everyone.
9.
The viscosity, the serious iron taste. You've tasted blood before. You've never drank blood, especially the big gulp you just had, and you're like, "Ugh." I wasn't ready for that. I was not mentally prepared for that.
Auntie's just gonna slide it back to Scales.
This
I
guy is
might
gonna have the biggest
Need
grin
to
and
mix that
continue.
with something.
If you want the Yanti
Maybe-
drink, I can always get the servants to get you one.
Not later tonight. Not now. Not for breakfast.
Yeah. She's just got a big grin on her face.
Glad to see you in better spirit, Scales.
Let's just say I learned a couple of things.
How's your leg doing?
I can, it's better. Let's say, fully able, but at least I can get around the house on my own. Might still
good.
be a bit of an issue outside, but inside I'm okay.
That's good, for sure, I'm glad you're taking your rest and
I'm
That
really
is-
bored. I know that I may not be the best of company, but you can visit at least once. As she spent the past previous days, I imagine, by herself.
No, I mean, if you want an interaction, I'm sure the kid definitely probably came to say hi every morning and stuff like that.
I'm
check
all
in
about
with
other
you.
than Damon.
That's what I
Yeah.
would have checked in. Especially if you've just been locked in your room the whole time.
And again, yeah, you guys are in the house. Like, there was probably the small interactions and stuff like that. Like, oh, hey, how are you doing?
Yeah.
I imagine no. Given skills is weird, I imagine
But
no.
yes, there would be large swaths of the day that you're probably sitting.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and you probably have the door locked. But there was probably moments, and again, there were large swaths of the day where people were foraging, having conversations,
I know that.
painting, stuff like that.
I know that. I just find it funny.
Scales is just being, being
Scales.
a Yanti in this moment.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So, you guys have.
That's why I wanted to bring
Go
something
ahead.
up. You guys wanted to do
Sure.
something. Nice. Ugh, I hate about celebration. What celebration?
Well, I'm not sure if celebration is the right word for it. I was just thinking more like what A-Star said, like a mental health day. 'Cause
A what?
we've been through a lot, and kind of like relaxation, taking a break for.
Kesher called it a spa day.
Yeah, that.
Ah. Fair.
I think it would just be nice to relax our minds and bodies a bit. Plus, I have not seen the spa room yet, so I'm very curious how it looks.
I know at this point though, like it feels like a reward to finally get to see it.
Yeah, all right.
This spell might feel good on my muscles.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry about that, by the way.
So it's fine. I asked you to train me, did I not?
Yeah, I still feel bad,
Don't. I asked for it. Besides, it's not a bad thing.
And you're doing better. If there's nothing else, he's gonna finish his breakfast and he's gonna head out to pull the wagon with Auntie's.
Once Damon,
There's one thing I wanted to
Okay.
mention. No, please go.
and I was just gonna say, once Damon like leaves the room, it's like, yeah, Damon came in saying that you guys want a celebration. If you guys wanted a bath, just call it a bath. Don't. I make a personal request. Do not mention festivals, celebrations. You know, that to me.
Understand? Yeah. Yeah. I think he may have just.
If you want a
He's what I
bath,
was
just go
asking
have a
about, because I
bath.
said spa day from the start.
Yeah, if you just want a bath, go to the bath. It's not really a
I mean,
bar
there's a
day.
difference. There's a difference between having a bath and sharing a bath.
No, there ain't. It's a body of water. You go in and you get clean, you get out. Solid.
More about sitting in the warm water, enjoying the feeling of it, muscles untwining,
Yeah. Sk-
fog. It's a whole ritual within itself.
You break up the ritual and Scales shudders.
Scales is just gonna give you that look of. I'm trying to think. She's just gonna give you a look. And see that.
Right, Auntie.
Scales.
Did you want
Did
the?
you say insight? Okay. 20.
Simple. What are you trying to convey with your look?
Just more like. Does not experience emotion. There is no point talking to emotion about like to her because she doesn't get it.
It's basically like a generalized, like, really?
Yeah,
Like-
really.
Just try it, Scales. I mean, I
There's no point
know you're
trying
not
it.
used to emotion before, but
No, if you want a bath, just go to the bath. It's simple.
Is she breaking up for anyone else?
Yeah, you're starting to break up.
Oh.
You're breaking up.
wee bit.
It's connection issue, not closeness issue.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Your body.
Nothing I can do about it. Yeah. You should just go. If you just want a bath with people, go to the bath with people. It's always been there. Nothing special about it.
Scales.
Hmm?
Do you think I could talk to you privately today about something?
I mean, go for it. You can talk to me here. I'm not too fast.
I'd like to talk to you privately, of course.
I can give you some time. I'll go outside.
I
Just
could
the
use
way-
some fresh air. I'll take you off for. Well, are we moving right now as a carriage?
Imagine so.
No.
Eh,
As you,
Um,
Kestrel, you go to
okay.
step out, and Auntie, you go to follow. He hasn't started moving the carriage because, he's been told not to do shit without people knowing and stuff. So
Mhm.
he's just sitting there stretching and kind of waiting for you guys, or the Watchers and stuff, to like come out.
Damon, Ace Arnie and Scales need to talk for a minute, but after that, we're gonna.
Okay. Huh.
What?
I mean, I might be able to do it. Yeah, this should be fine. Just hold on tight. Make sure the door's closed.
Close the door, please, Auntie.
Yes.
And Auntie, for the first time you
Yeah,
getting
I'll
to
do that.
experience it, you get to have a wagon ride.
Oh, yay. If it goes horribly wrong, I might be jumping in the door.
Yeah, just because of your stats. Go ahead, Auntie, and roll me a strength saving throw.
Auntie falls out.
I'm great at these. 19.
You hang on, and you learn to stabilize yourself and kind of brace yourself, and it's actually quite fun. Being just wee.
Imagine one hand on her beanie, the other one holding to the carriage for dear life. Like, is this fun? Because it's kind of fun.
Yeah, Kestrel's next to you, kind of like balancing and just trying to keep steady. Because he is full-blown running on this shit. Okay, so that's what the outside crew is doing for now. Inside crew.
Yay.
Scouse?
Yeah?
I've been avoiding you.
I mean, yeah. Most people do.
I've been avoiding you because I've had to make a decision. And I don't know how. And I didn't. No offense, Scouse. I mean this in the best way. Very pushy.
Okay.
When I first got here, you asked me if I wanted.
Yep.
And that night, Damon
That
disappeared.
didn't come over. It was,
Yeah,
I
you kinda-
wanted.
What did you
Um,
want?
That first night, you asked God. And I was honestly very taken aback. It was very full. But that you have come to learn. And the night that Damon ran after that book, you asked us to pray. Do you remember that?
She technically didn't, that was Kestrel, but yeah.
It was Kestrel, yeah.
It was
Yeah.
Kestrel.
Yeah, but she will go, no, I mean, yeah.
Well, so was my symbol in the ground I made to Sarai. And I showed Auntie how to pray.
I
When
mean,
I prayed to Sarai that night, I felt nothing. Skulls.
I figured. No offense, but you do go on about her quite a lot.
Yes. It's one of the reasons I stayed close to you and I didn't. I wanted to be near you as I know what that feeling was like. Lose that becomes entwined with your identity. But Scouse.
Hmm?
I didn't just pray to Sarah that. I got desperate, Scouse. And seeing Damon run off like that reminded me of Sarai, and it scared the shit out of me. So I did something I have never done. I prayed to a different god.
Okay.
I prayed to Io. Out of sheer desperation, I prayed to Io. Do you know what Damon told me when I deaf?
No?
He told me he heard me, Scout. He heard me. And honestly, that's been going on.
What now? That broke up.
And honestly, that's been going through my mind for the past. That I prayed to Sarai, and I came to the dead. And the one god I thought to be dead, part of him is living. And guys, I know you're protective of Damon.
Yeah?
One asked me if I could believe in him, if I could have faith in him. Guys, I'm actually starting to. And I don't know what to do.
And starting to what?
I'm actually starting to have
Oh.
faith
Start to think, okay.
and believe in Damon. More than just Damon, but it's something else.
Well,
And I've been avoiding you because I I didn't know how to talk to you about this until I was actually sure I was feeling this. Because, like I said before, the first night kind of offered me God, and that was kind of a lot.
Then, how about this? Instead of talking to Scales, speak to High Priestess of Damon. How about that? Would you like to join in? Frantically, we only have one person in this entire religion. I could use a second in command.
The second in command wouldn't be Auntie.
Hell no. Like a 9 hells no.
She's PR department.
She just sneezes outside.
Driving your reading, achoo, as like a
Yeah.
little bit of like fall pollen is just in the air. You're like, oh, this altitude of being up, it's just achoo.
Auntie,
I don't-
when the pact, if you don't mind me saying, was going to be formed with Auntie, I did ask Auntie if she wanted to join in. She made it clear she didn't want to. She said that she would support Damon, but did not agree to believe in him as a god.
I
You're
can
a
understand that.
You're the first person other than myself to openly say that they have faith in him. More so than just, oh, I faith that you're gonna be okay, or faith that, you're gonna get us to town. Faith that he is a god. So I'll ask again as High Priestess. Would you be my second in command?
I think I might, but I don't know if I could do it the same way that you and Auntie did. Honestly, seeing the way Auntie did it, I had me shitless for him days. I was worried that, no offense, he was self-sacrificing, which kind of seemed a little bit true at first. I mean, a lot of it true.
Well, if it helps, we don't have the ingredients for it anyway, and with that second time, I'm not comfortable giving that power again so blatantly.
I think I might want to do it in my own way.
That's understandable.
There's ways that we and others to my goddess praise. You made a pact, you and Auntie did, kind of like a warlock and a patron. But we had it where some said prayers, which I'm not even sure prayers would work, but there was others in my group who weren't clerics. They said oaths, etc. Kind of like your pacts, but they're more like, how do I describe it?
Oaths of devotion.
Yes,
I saw
to
you.
believe the same thing.
I was there when you helped Auntie pray. I saw that gust of wind and that symbol appear.
I think that was because I prayed earlier that I didn't want to say anything. I didn't want to think it was me, but him hearing me, God, that fucked me up a little bit, Scouts, I have to be honest.
You get used to it.
So, it's hard when you haven't heard anything in so long, finally have someone hear you. I want to talk to you before I talk to him. I know how protective you are, and I didn't boundaries.
Trust me, I've been trying to get this group to follow him for a long time, and I've frantically given up on Kestrel. And frantically, if you don't mind me saying, I don't want Auntie to follow him. But the circumstances had to be done. But the temple is
I
always
don't-
free to you to open, and the tenants are there when you're ready for reading lessons. And writing lessons.
And I think I'm separating religion after Damon. Might have to learn to read and write. As a cleric, that was sort of what other clerics did. They took notes and history and shit like that. But I mean, no offense. Sorry, I didn't see the need for education for us.
If it
Didn't really
helps,
care about that.
if this helps, this religion's only been around for 2 months. Probably less than that now that I think about it. Not a lot to catch up on. Just, you know how it goes on about heroism and such things.
I yelled at him about that the other day.
You go.
Maybe.
I
It
know
goes.
it's not.
Go ahead.
I know it's all typical.
Nothing's
But-
typical in this dragon.
One thing, Scal.
Hmm.
I talked to Damon when I had him promise.
Hmm.
As soon as I felt my starting to have me, wouldn't make me touch him.
Oh, you're
Wouldn't
colour now.
Good.
promise.
Real quick, just because there seems to be like some issues, and I don't know if it's Mike or us, because Scales, you are also breaking up a little bit. Everyone just pop into campaign.
Shall do.
Yeah.
All right.
There we go.
Hello.
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 Hey.
Chicken
Okay,
nuggets,
continue.
chicken nuggets, chicken nuggets. Good.
All right. I made Damon promise me something.
Hmm.
I made him promise me that he wouldn't die, that he wouldn't sacrifice himself for me, because if I choose this life, which honestly, I think, based on what we're talking about, I'm choosing this life. I can't bear to lose a god again. Because the first time I would have rather they had killed me.
Trust me, you wouldn't want that. But I digress. You not forming a warlock pact, so to speak, but you saw with each of the pacts there became a contract, a promise to each other, so to speak. You may not necessarily be a true warlock, but I think that's your pact
More
right there.
like a cleric. And they called them paladins back home.
My father
They're
was a
more-
cleric.
I can only, no offense, imagine a cleric of that.
Oh, I hate him, it's fine.
You've told me as such. If it makes you feel better, I didn't know my father's ghost.
To be fair, I don't really know my father. I like visit like once in a while, make sure you're doing the press to sell and all that stuff. Anyway, getting off topic. Whether you wish to be a cleric or a paladin, you'll have to decide that. Practically, either one's gonna be good. You just have to say, number for words. I am protective of him, yes, but if he chooses you, then it's out of my hands.
You would have been proud the other day, gals.
Oh?
Yeah. When he woke up, I convinced him not to put on his toga. Made him walk around naked just like he wanted.
Yeah, I saw that. No, don't worry.
I tried to push him.
It's
Said you
good.
wanted him to get more comfortable.
He needs to be comfortable in a lot of different ways. Not just in the clothing aspect, but he needs to view himself as not just Damon.
There's someone more.
Yeah. I don't
think you
know
and I
about
together.
you, but I've never known a god to show modesty.
Yeah, Sarai was never one for modesty. I mean, she was gorgeous. Don't get me wrong. Never went there. Sometimes wish I did. But she was gorgeous. God. What about Sat?
She has a look in her face of. I don't
No
know.
insight needed
No
just
insight
because
needed.
of your high insight.
Yeah.
Just there's like almost like a moment where she does like that 1,000-mile stare of like, oh god, like you know, the kid has told you bits. He hasn't gone into full detail, and you've heard it from other people as well, is her destiny from Set was to die for him.
Sorry, I forgot.
And then you're like, oh shit, sorry, man, this needs to be a stronger IO episode.
Sorry. I forgot.
Set was huge.
A dick?
Dick is putting it very, very lightly. Let's just say he was quite possibly the biggest Finn I have ever seen. I saw him up close, and I didn't even get to see the end of his tail.
I was
But-
very much the same.
But that was
But-
a look of, you speak of gods as though they're wonderful, good, or inspiring. That was a god of fear. I was looking at my murderer in the face, waiting to be eaten, and knowing that I wasn't going to be eaten for the next month. It's there. Have you known what it's like waiting to die and knowing you can't do anything about it?
Every day for 80 years.
Imagine that, but you knew your time was coming soon.
I'm sorry, Skills.
It got to the point where I simply accepted it at one point.
Damon's going to be different. Damon is different.
He wouldn't know how to fly. At least not intentionally. He might accidentally how to fly when he does his blasts of power. But he'll feel bad about it, you know.
Side. Oh my gosh! As the wagon immediately stops, Castro Auntie looked down. Oh, stepped on a bug.
So I have to ask, gals.
Hmm?
You gonna threaten me like you threatened Auntie?
The reason why I threatened Auntie is because I knew the power that she was experiencing. That was the power of... what the words? Intensity. Like you could do anything in the world and take anything in the world. I am okay with Damon going to people and claiming them. Auntie, however, frantically isn't worthy for that. You, however, out of everyone in this group, I have a respect for you.
I mean, I disagree. From what I've seen from all of you, it's pure kindness and generosity. But you also haven't seen the parts of me that are...
You haven't seen all of me either. And it doesn't take much to guess.
Like sipped her blood.
Yeah.
Can I tell it's blood?
With your passive perception, yeah. The smell of iron and stuff, like, you've been on the battlefield, you know what that smell is.
I'm not gonna judge you for your lifestyle. I mean, that's not mine. It's not anyone I know's, and as far as I know, you didn't kill anyone. And that's what I'm choosing to believe, and that's what I'm going to believe.
You'll be warm, but okay.
I mean, you didn't kill anyone for that blood specifically, but, you know, don't tell me otherwise.
Brother,
Yes, mistress.
Did anyone die for this blood?
No human was killed to bring you that meal and drink.
There we go.
Hmm. That's interesting.
But I won't lie to say that I thoroughly enjoy it. How
It's your
about-
home.
I can't remember. DM, you'll have to remind me because I player me can't remember these things. Has
What?
A-Star had the auntie drink?
Oh no.
Cool. I have a little. I must admit it was a little bit of a prank, but I'm starting to make this more tradition. And she'll call over one of the butlers with the auntie drink.
They would actually need time to prepare it.
Ah.
It is a specialty thing that, given the mixture of stuff, it has to be prepared and then consumed within a certain amount of time.
Okay.
So you need to let them know when it's available.
For dinner time then. There's a
How
drink. There's a drink
How
among
we
my.
share?
Hmm?
You go first.
Okay. There's a drink among my people. My people can't get drunk per se, but this drink will get us frankly intoxicated. It is probably the most powerful drink. It got a dwarf intoxicated. It got a Duragard intoxicated is what I'm gonna say. To those who
Roll a.
Intelligence.
Let's go with nature. Actually, no, history.
Oh, it's worse.
Yeah, you don't know what the fuck a Durgar is. You know what a dwarf is.
Yeah.
Vaguely.
Yeah.
You met a few of them. Durgard, nah.
let's just say this drink is very, very, very potent. Auntie and Kestrel has had some and frantically it made him throw up. It has a type of poison that those without the immunities or resistances can't frankly handle, and I find it hilarious. But if you would like to enjoy a Yanti dish that ain't necessarily of flesh, I would
How
suggest the
about we do-
drink.
After dinner, I plan to train with Damon and talk to him after our training today, and then how about I come to your room
Mhm.
and I'll try your Yanti drink, and you can try the thing that we often used to have in the caves.
Would you be able to explain that to the butler so they can prepare?
Oh yes, they've given second night here. They made it for me and Kestrel.
That's good.
We passed out in the foyer. You made for me.
Oh yeah, you did.
Speaking of which, I haven't slept in my room yet. Probably should eventually.
I know you don't like being alone, but in times when you need to be, it's there.
Actually, as a quick interjection, because you may know this, Scales.
Hmm?
'Cause you didn't the one time, but because you're you, just roll me a d20.
Yay. 20. Happy
Yeah,
kids.
you know that she hasn't been sleeping in her bed because you've flipped through the painting a few mornings, and yeah, she was, like you get that little bit because, like, sight past the wagon isn't that great, but
Mhm.
in the immediate vicinity of it,
Mhm.
sure, you know where she's been sleeping.
I figured. It's all good.
I'm glad to join in this endeavor with you, Scouts. Let's see if Damon's okay with it.
I'm sure he'll be more than happy. Should
I
watch
hope
the
so.
should watch those Avengers show with him. You might get a sense of why he wants to be a hero.
He told me all about it the other day.
It is
He's been
actually
telling-
pretty good.
Hmm. Maybe. Do you think I can convince him to come into my room tonight and watch it with me?
He'll get any opportunity to watch that show again. He must have seen it like, I don't know, 100 times already.
I have to admit that magic box still scares me, but maybe if it's there, then it won't scare me as much.
It's all good. Now, if you don't mind, I'm gonna hobble back to my room and I
Do
don't
you
know.
need some help?
No, I've got this. And she'll hobble.
She got her crutch, and like her leg is starting to heal, so it's like bloop 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 bloop. It's like it's a little bit more graceful. Yeah. Outside crew. You guys get to about the hour mark. Auntie, you cast a spell when he lets when it's getting close.
Mm.
And in about the hour 45 mark, Kestrel,
Mhm.
you're probably the first one to notice it, but up ahead, maybe a couple 100 feet, there's a path.
Yeah, I just see a path. Couple 100 feet
And
ahead.
yeah, the kid takes a few more like big strides and then like kind of slows down, sets the wagon down, and starts like kind of slowly pouring it, like pulling it over there. And yeah, you guys travel just a little bit more, and there is a very rough, but clearly, man-made
Mhm.
basics of a road.
Cool.
Go ahead and give me a perception check. Actually, let's go survival, Kestrel.
Sure.
Would you like me to help you with that? Oh, never mind.
Too late.
Too
Um,
late.
you're not exactly sure because this is like getting towards, closer to afternoon time.
Mm,
But this road is definitely going northish to southish.
okay.
That was it.
Yeah, I think we made it here. Maybe we should stop here for the night.
He looks around. It's like the day, and it's not a clearing, and you guys are still in the woods. It's just
I
there's
thought
a
we made it to the
path.
clearing part.
No, no, no. There is a road in the middle of the woods.
Oh, in the woods. Okay, that's
Yes. Sorry,
my
I should have
mistake.
been more clear.
I thought it was literally clearing and road. I was like, oh, thank God. Like,
No, no. It is. You guys are still in the woods.
Mhm.
From right where you're at, looking down the road and stuff like that.
Mhm.
You don't see an end to the woods yet,
Gotcha.
but you do find that road, and it is not like a city road or anything like that, but you can tell like there's been stuff in a steady path both ways that has been cleared. You see like like it maintained,
Mm,
and just observing like there's just the basics of it. You do see signs of travel.
okay. Kestrel will say, okay, looks like we found a road. I'm not sure if it's the road.
So should we just start traveling? Which way?
Given the nature of where, we said we'd be going, I would imagine south still.
Okay.
Because this, road seems to be going north to south. And
Okay.
before you go, I'm gonna let the others know just real quick.
As he's like about ready to like, he gets like the part of the wagon lifted up. He's like, okay, never mind.
So she's gonna tell Ghost and tell them that, this is what we found, etc.
Okay. Servants arrive at all of you, and well, you two, and let you guys know that they have found a path and they are going south along it.
It's all good.
Okay.
And close the door, then, yeah, continue.
Okay.
Hmm.
The kid is gonna use every last bit of that spell.
Mhm.
And you are able to still pick up a bit of speed and stuff like that, and traveling over through the rest of the day, getting towards like afternoon, evening time. You still don't see any signs really, Kestrel, of the forest ending. But the
Mhm.
road isn't like perfectly straight either. There's a few parts where it kind of curves a little bit. So realistically, like the furthest you're able to really see at any given point is maybe like 500, 600 feet.
Okay.
Clearly, and then it starts getting muddled and less.
Mhm.
But it is evening time.
Okay. Let's have dinner and then we'll set up watch.
Oh well,
Cause
it's a little bit before dinner. Kid is just, he can only do this so many hours a
that's
day.
right. Yeah.
Mm,
Um. Okay. Should I like pull us slightly off the path?
Yeah. Definitely.
Okay. Can while I'm doing this, uh, no, I got it. Never mind. I'll pull it off. And he's just gonna pull it off like a bit of into the woods.
Mhm.
Um, yeah. Kid's gonna head inside.
Okay. Inside as well.
yeah.
As soon as he gets inside, he's like, Esther, time to get beat up.
I'm here,
And
Damon.
you hear that in your head.
Coming.
And anyone who wants to do any other checks or anything or whatever you want, just let me know.
Scales is just reading her Yanti books.
Okay. Yeah, you're reading kind of like one of your old favorite, like, not nursery rhymes because they didn't have those, but like,
Torture rhymes.
kind of, but they're kind of like very odd limericks because, the abyssal or the Yanti language is, especially when now a little bit more used to using common, it's harsh. And,
Yeah.
like, it is just, it even sounds scary. And, like, you're like, oh, wow, like,
I sound like that.
now. Like, oh wow, that's what, wow. Let's put a few things in perspective, but I still love these. Some of them are hilarious.
Yeah.
Anyone else doing anything in particular?
I got nothing.
Going once, going twice. Okay. So,
And hang on, Damon. I just want to make a point. Scales, like when it comes closer towards the evening, she will get the servants to remove any remaining human corpse type stuff and bring other snacks. That's non-people.
okay. Too easy.
Yeah.
I like how you call it corpses is not food.
Yeah.
I just imagine like like a fucking like an ass sitting on like a goddamn like fucking dinner tray with like an apple in it and like all the garnish. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. You made that image.
Yeah, I'm a fucked up individual. Thank you, anime. Okay, so A Star, kid kind of comes out, and he kind of goes up to the wagon and stretches a little bit. Okay, are you ready?
Yes, let's get started.
Okay, but before we do that, you want to see something really cool?
Sure.
And he kind of comes up to you and he's like, "This still counts as your training." And he kind of puts his back towards you and he says, "Hold on tight."
Okay.
And I need you to go ahead, just for shits and giggles, go ahead and give me a strength saving throw. Okay, thank God. Like, it's not too difficult of a thing, since you're holding on and he's not going too quick. You watch as he like kind of goes into the woods just a little bit, and there's like just a very large tree. And you watch as he kind of goes up to it, and you watch as his hands transform and they become clawed hands with scales kind of all along his hands, kind of going up to like halfway to his forearms. And he's like, "Hold on tight." And he just starts climbing the tree as fast as you would walk upon the ground.
Oh my
And
god.
and just up and up you go. And it's up there, and like this is definitely a new experience. So you're like, oh fuck, and as you get like 30, 40 feet in the air, you like probably instinctively just clench a little bit more, like fuck, like looking down. But he doesn't go too quick. And eventually you guys get to a point where a lot of the trees you are starting to peek over. There's still some trees and stuff that are, like around you that are higher, but this tree is definitely one of the, like this trees sporadically grow in different heights. This is definitely a bigger one in like the nearest like couple 100 feet. And he brings you all the way up to the top to where and you look out and you can see just the top of the forest. You can see the sun beginning to fade far in the west. The sky color is definitely shifting towards evening night, and it's cold, but you're close to him, so you still have that warmth, and you're just seeing this kind of forest every day. You get to see what's beyond.
It's beautiful.
Sorry, I've been feeling so like constrained forest, and then we were in that cave place for a while, and the house is nice, but
This is amazing. I mean, I'm not used to the height. I've never been this high up before, but this is amazing.
well, I've been thinking about doing this for a while because with everything about Io and me being a piece of them or whatever it turns out to be, something you said made me think. When you're discussing what he could do and that he's a dragon and everything that everyone else has told me about them, they're creatures of flight, and I'm gonna be honest, in the back of my mind, I've just been thinking about what that's like, and I don't know, I just really wanted to see what that perspective would look like. And so, as he gestures to the top of the tree,
It's amazing, Damon. Things you can do are amazing.
well, I mean, to be fair, this is very straightforward.
It's still
I'm-
amazing.
I mean, to be honest, I can't heal anyone or do all the crazy stuff you can do, or I can't shoot fireballs out of everywhere like Scales can, and I can't paint anything, and I once picked up a bow once and I almost broke it. Um, so it's I thank you for the compliment, but it's nothing special, honestly.
It is. Damon, I don't think you realize how special you are.
I mean, you have seen everyone else, right?
I have? Yes?
I mean, I just feel kind of normal.
You are far from normal, Damon.
Oh, so we're all a bunch of weirdos. Got it. That would explain a lot, honestly. Yeah.
Don't
Uh,
sell yourself short.
Thank you. And I'm trying not to. I will continue to get better with it.
So is this our training for today?
I mean, you can have a cheat day every once in a while. That's what Frank used to always tell me. You know. Though a lot of the cheat days were me just giving her like a back rub and stuff like that and doing work for her. Now that I think about it, it was a cheat day for her.
Do you want a back rub, Damon? Is that what you're asking for?
I'm fine. And plus, I honestly, you might make me lose concentration and, as he looks towards the ground. Maybe another time.
Are we stable up here?
I mean, let's not test it. I mean, I got, you can see he's basically holding on to the trunk of the tree still. He didn't go all the way to the top of the tree. Like a tree probably goes like another like maybe 20 or so feet, but like it is starting to get thinner and a little bit more shaky. And he's just holding both of his hands into the side of it, which is just the claws digging into it.
Um, I want to talk to you, Damon. Do you think maybe we could sit on one of these tree branches, or do you think we should go back down to the trunk to talk?
Well, here, how about this? And he kind of climbs down a little bit, finds like a decent sized, like branch, and he kind of pushes on it a little bit just to, check for weight. It moves and stuff, but he definitely puts his weight into it. Doesn't break or anything. He's like, this one seems fine. He's not gonna sit next to you, but he is going to kind of like sit towards the start of the branch, and just like still kind of clinging onto it because doesn't want to overdo it.
I've spent a lot of time with you over the past 10 days, Damon.
Yeah, it's been nice.
I've been enjoying getting to know you.
Same I. It's definitely a new experience in many ways, and I know we faced some loss before you came into our lives, but I'm definitely glad you're now a part of it.
So am I. I talked to Scales today.
In your life, so I have to assume it went pretty good.
She can be quite scary, but
She can
in a good way.
sometimes. It's good when she's scary on your side. It's great.
Honestly, the day I saw her threaten Naughty, I was scared shitless. But I talked to her about you.
Okay.
I talked to her because I wanted to get her permission before I talked to you.
About what?
Damon, the more time I spend with you, the more connected I feel with you. The more I start to feel things I haven't felt. Yes, and true.
And immediate blushing. Also, I gotta do a quick check to see if you can figure out what you're talking about. Okay.
Damon,
Yes.
it's not just that, but Damon, remember when I talked to you a couple days ago about praying to Io?
Yeah.
Every day I've spent with you since, one of the things that's been in the back of my mind, I think about it at night as we fall asleep, or as I fall asleep. And Damon, I think I'm starting to have faith. Not in Io. Not that Sarah's alive. But in you. I'm starting to believe in you. To think of you as more than just a person. And when I talked to Scales about this, she asked me if I wanted to join your religion.
Yeah, she's been trying to get new members.
And I didn't say no.
Oh. And blush. Okay. This is definitely a first for me. So how do we do this?
I don't know much either. I don't know if it worked through prayer or I don't want to do the pat thing that Auntie and Scales did. I don't want to hurt you, and that looked like it hurt you quite a bit.
I mean, how about this? Since neither of us know any idea what we're talking about or doing, close your eyes.
Okay. She'll close her eyes.
And as you're closing your eyes, you see him close his. And there's a moment pause until you hear his voice inside your head. Just do whatever you think you need to do. You had such a strong connection with Sarah and I know you, A-Star. You're not necessarily the most educated person, but your insight and understanding to things is well beyond normal. So if you're gonna put your faith in me, I will be doing the same. I will put my faith in you. Just do whatever you think you need to do. So as those words reach your mind, A-Star, what are you going to do? Spotlight, spotlight, spotlight.
Okay. I. She's going to. Is one of his hands not holding the. The,
Yes.
Okay, she's gonna take that hand.
Okay. Takes you a moment because you're like you close your eyes where you're like, I think it was right around there. It is.
Um. You want to protect people. You want to.
Ask, are you doing this through the connection of the telepathy, or are you just?
Yep, the.
Okay.
Through the telepathy. Dear Damon. You want to protect people. And I want to protect you and protect those things that you hold safe too. So, I promise to fight alongside you so you don't ever have to fight alone again. To believe in you. To help Scales with all this. With this religion thing and to believe and to protect those values that you hold close. And hold them in my heart too. She's gonna squeeze his hand.
Okay.
That's my oath to you.
As you were thinking about this, you know what that sensation and feeling like is when you talk to him telepathically. And because this is so close to your heart and close to a prayer, I need you to roll me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. 22?
The connection drops. It's so subtle at first, but you know that that connection is no longer there. And for briefest of moments, you feel that same fear, that same dread of losing Sarai so many years ago. And as soon as you start to get into that kind of pit of despair, that sensation of connection is replaced with something else. As you realize that as you finish saying the rest of this, you still feel something, but it's not the same as it once was. And you realize that instinctively feeling that fear of disconnect, you start praying. And you channel those words and you the same emotions and everything that you used to Sarai, and you feel that connection even though you can no longer feel him in your mind. Instead, you feel him in you, your very being, your essence.
To the DM, is this similar to what she felt when she was with Sarah?
Very, very familiar. And in this moment, you lose kind of sense of yourself as certain things flood your mind. Scales had already discussed it a little bit previous, but one by one, you see the change in map?
Yep.
The tenets that you see listed start flooding through you. They don't come by words, but pure thought and understanding. You've experienced this before. Sometimes God, Sarai didn't have to tell you guys what she wanted. Through prayer and understanding, you knew what she wanted. And one by one, they fill you. And that vessel deep within you that for so many years, for a century whole, was empty, begins to become filled once again. And for a moment, as you're feeling the rush of this information, knowledge, things you didn't know, things to learn, you feel the wind brush across your being again. Your eyes still closed, focusing on this connection that you've missed for so many years. You feel a light sensation that you're falling, but you feel the arms around you. And you can feel that you are not being held by anything but these arms, and it feels like you are slowly falling or moving through the air. And this lasts for a couple seconds before you feel the shift as the person or being that is holding you touches the ground, and you open your eyes and you see behind the kid, who still has his eyes closed, two very large wings protruding from his back. Not angelic, taloned, leather. On the edges, scales. And as soon as you acknowledge them and come out of this almost like trance-like feeling, the wings descend and they disappear. And the kid just kind of opens his eyes like he just came out of a daze. And he's like, "Whoa, what was that?"
David.
Yeah.
I don't feel empty.
And he's just gonna bring you in for a hug.
She's just gonna clench so tight. Like she's scared if she lets go, the feeling might leave.
You feel that fear at first, but given your high passive insight and wisdom, after you feel the embrace and you clench, you still feel it. It's strong. Something that you have not had in years, and it's not just that fleeting moment. That vessel is now filled. Yes, A-Star.
You have yourself a cleric.
And he kind of smiles, and he kind of touches the side of your face, and he kind of brings his head forward and yours towards him as he kisses your forehead. I'm glad to have you, and I still intend to keep that promise.
I'll hold you to it.
And he's just kind of sitting there smiling, staring right in your eyes.
It's funny.
Did
You're
you say
looking
something?
at me.
Oh,
It's funny. The way you're looking at me right now.
I'm sorry if it's too much.
No. It's not. Don't apologize for it. I don't want this feeling to ever go away.
Neither do I.
I'm your cleric.
I think you've become more so than that.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to put it into words, but I feel you.
Do you mind feeling me?
And there's no thought, or there's no like voice or sound or even telepathy. He just smiles, puts his head a little bit to the side, and he just kind of kind of drifts away, like breaking eye contact with you a moment. Not like the sheepish, like looking away. It's more like contemplative. And he meets your gaze again. I don't ever want to lose this.
Neither do I. I might be your cleric, or possibly more. You might be my god, but this doesn't have to change the way we act around each other. I mean, it will change a little bit, but not in our closeness. I mean, you saw my life with Sarah. You can continue to look if you want. Anytime you want.
I think I'm more concerned on looking towards our future.
I like that. Looking towards the future we have
Together.
together. She's just gonna grab his hand.
Are you reading Discord? Damn it!
Mhm.
You're reading Saints! You grab his hand. Anything else?
She's just gonna lean her head close against his again.
And he accepts it and leans his towards yours. And there's like a good solid like couple minutes where you just still feel this embrace. His hand's still on the side of your face. You grabbing his hand and just holding and steadily close. And this goes on for like a good couple minutes before it goes. So how did we get down here?
On the ground.
Yeah, I just kind of opened my eyes and we were here.
Honestly, should I tell you or should I tell Scales first?
Just because you brought that up, I think you should tell Scales first.
I was messing with you, Damon. You. I felt like I was being held, carried in warm, supportive arms that would never let me fall. Then I felt something touch the ground and I opened my eyes. And there was you. And Damon, you had wings.
I had what now? As he kind of like pulls away his head for the first time and like starts looking at his back, like wait, I have wings? What the?
Damon, look at my hat.
And he does.
And I'll replay the memory so you can see what I saw.
And there's like a stunned look and like, I really gotta learn how to do that again. And he's like shifting his shoulders and stuff like he's just trying to recreate it, but he doesn't seem to quite grasp it.
You don't have to do everything in one night, Damon.
Obviously. Or otherwise I would have kissed you. I mean, I should probably go back up to that tree and yeah, I was supposed to take a look anyway.
Yeah.
Be strong. Be strong. I will see you at dinner. I think training is good for now. I should probably go check to see if I see anything.
You sure you want to?
Not really. I really shouldn't lie to you, should I?
Shouldn't.
And he's just gonna, like, he's kind of turned towards, like, climbing the tree again. And he, like, there's that moment of contemplation and just, there's that, you know, him thinking about it and all the conversations that have been had over the last, like, 2 weeks-ish. And he kind of turns towards you, grabs you by your waist, and brings you in really close. And it's back to that, like, face-to-face, like, very close.
This is new.
So is what happens next. And he kind of just leans in for a kiss.
She lets it happen.
And you guys embrace for a few moments. And then he pulls away and he's just, he has that look of like that out of breath, like stunned. And he's just like, wow. And, you know, like he kind of like, you know, like grabs his like lower lip with his tooth and he's like just, and he kind of almost like reaches up a little bit towards his lips, like just hanging on that sensation.
And she'll touch his lips when he's trying to do that.
That was
Worth it.
totally. I do have to go check though, like, you know.
I promised Scales that I would partake in her Yanti drink.
Okay, I have to, as the first official, you know, like official follower of, what is she calling it, deism? I have to warn you, that's poison. I mean, it hasn't killed anyone yet. He has a serious worried face. It's like, I mean, it's your choice. She will respect you a lot for it. Kestra fought tooth and nail for a while until he had some.
How about this, Damon? If I'm not dead by the end of the night, and maybe you can find someone to take watch tonight, how about, if I'm not dead from this drink, I could actually try out sleeping in my room and you could show me the Revengers on that
Because
magic box?
I would like nothing more.
Alright.
And he like reaches towards your hand, brings it up, gives it a kiss. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna head inside, Damon.
Okay, I'll be in a second.
Alright.
And you just see as you're walking away, you know, you look back and you just see him like just climbing up the tree. And you make it your way back to the wagon.
She's gonna put her hands to her face as she's just walking towards the wagon.
Okay.
And then she's just gonna go inside.
Okay.
Is there anyone in the foyer or in the kitchen?
I mean, at this time of day, you guys, you know, probably spend a bit up there during the training time, and training is right before dinner. So I would assume people are starting to gather for dinner. And Scales was doing the Yon tea drink and stuff, so she's probably sitting there like he menacingly. I mean,
Girls?
Hmm? Anyway, what is happening?
I think everyone's like starting to gather for dinner and stuff. It's dinner
Oh,
time,
okay.
and
Yeah,
you were
dinner
wanting to have the Yon tea drink, so I'm assuming that you were menacingly waiting nearby to be like, "Hey, where is she? She's gonna fucking regret this. Like, it's gonna be so hilarious."
Not so much the regret part, but yes, you will be finding it hilarious.
But you see Aster enter the wagon and approach you and say, "Hey, Scales."
Hey.
Girls, couple things. One, you're looking at an official cleric.
Her eyes go wide and just be like, he's accepted you then?
I think we both accepted each other. It was quite weird. Neither of us really understood what happened.
Oh, it's a bad
There was
time.
a lot of things that happened. Scouts.
She will,
She's gonna
Get up.
whisper this part.
she will like sniggling close like, mm-hmm.
He kissed me.
Ooh. Did he now?
He did.
It's pretty good,
It's quite-
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And no offense, you
None.
come off as more
Hmm?
dominant, but he was more aggressive in this situation. I didn't mind it at all.
I would like to think I taught him well. But I'm glad it's working out. Yeah.
Hey, Scales.
Hmm?
I feel like you're going to be mad at me that you didn't see it. But, Scales, Damon has wings.
Does he now?
Scaled taloned wings.
Remind you of anyone in particular?
A dragon.
You see where I'm going with this, Ray? I told you. I told you. No one believed me. No one wanted to join the religion of deism.
I joined the religion of deism, thank you very much. Scales.
I know you joined, and that is why you are my second in command.
And at this point, the front door bursts open.
Mhm.
Everyone, get over here!
Follows.
And those who may be in the kitchen or whatever, foyer or whatever, you guys hear it.
Yeah. Guess where would go? What's going on?
South of here, I climbed a tree. It's hard to say, but a little bit down the road, I saw light.
Like,
Right?
like a town or like what?
Hard to say. I could barely notice it.
Okay.
But there's people.
Question: orange or golden?
It's still kind of, it's not completely dark. I couldn't tell.
Okay. Either we should go. You got enough time to get down there? Or, we pick up the wagon and go?
I mean, maybe not pick up, but I could push through.
Think so?
Might
Auntie?
as well.
Yes.
People?
I mean, if you think it's best to push through.
I mean, I don't know anything, honestly. I'm just wondering, like, do we do
Do-
this?
We
Let's-
even know if it's good or bad.
That's the thing, we never know these things until we get there. And
that's
to
true.
be frank, it's only over
Eh.
there. Yeah.
Mhm.
We're so
How far away
close.
did it look?
Somewhere between maybe a half a mile to a mile.
I think we should probably go then. It was that close.
Yeah.
Because I'd rather not be on the beaten path and then, someone else stumbles upon us at night.
Hey, think about it, Leicester. You can start promoting. I'm just saying, possibly. Oh yeah, congratulations
gonna
on
say
the first cleric, by the way, my lord. And she's gonna do that cheeky grin.
Thank you. But do you guys all want to come out? Cause we're on the road now. I could pull the wagon without hurting you, Scales.
Yeah,
Okay.
You could still turn into a snake if you want. I know it'd probably be a little easier.
I think I will, if you don't mind me.
You know I never mind.
And she will do the thing. Just
Yeah,
look
and
after
the
my
kid is
clothes.
gonna, yeah, the kid is gonna grab his extra toga and put it around you again, so
Yeah.
you're nice and warm.
Yeah, but she'll be like in that necklace-like position.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Too easy. And are you guys all heading out?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because of everything, like any of those who want to ride in the wagon or in the front driver part can. Those who are walking can walk.
Mm-hmm.
And as you guys are making your way down the road towards the light that he said he saw, we're gonna end it there.
Hey.
Sorry for going a little bit over,
Hey.
but
Hey,
Makes sense.
GG.
Yeah, great game. Be right back.
okay.
It's okay.
We will see you guys Sunday.
Maybe Sunday. We've been having the schedule's been weird. It's been great.
I mean,
Maybe.
DM will have to do a little bit of work.
We'll see. Maybe.
Okay.